foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. And we are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Louise, would you lead us in the pledge? My Pomona colleague. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
No corrections or deletions.
Okay. And we are going to move right into the consent calendar. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. We will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the calendar for discussion, and members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the agenda may now raise their concerns to the board. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there's adequate reason to remove the item from consent. And remind the public to call in now if you have any comments. Okay, any public comment on the consent calendar? And Claire?
There are no callers.
Okay. All right, then, do I have anyone who wants to pull an items?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to pull item 10, SR 25-0173, regarding the Indian Springs Schoolhouse.
Thank you. All right, then I will look for a motion to approve with, minus item number 10.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second?
Thank you. District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to item number 10. Go ahead, Supervisor Hook.
Okay, great. Good morning. Thank you. So item 10 is coming today, and it's through the Nevada County Historical Livestock Commission, and it's designating the old schoolhouse at 17455 Indian Springs Road. And I just want to be clear that it actually sits on a piece of property that I own. We've owned it for many, many, many years. And the Landmarks Commission came out and did a beautiful study and the history of that old building. But I just need everyone to be aware there's no financial gain for me on this. If anything, it probably would be go the other way because it's historical now. So I'll have to follow some different guidelines for it. So I just needed that to be clear. So, and I do have someone here for public comment on that, Chuck, that's working on that.
Okay, let's open up public comment on that.
Commissioner. Oh, good morning.
Go ahead.
From District 4. And I thought I would say a couple things about the Indian Springs Schoolhouse. It was really interesting to work on the project, first of all. History is an interest for all of our 10 commissioners. We love doing it, and we love working with the board and the staff of our analysts that help us so much. On this one, I had to dig a little bit deeper. I think the Robinson family goes back several generations. And briefly, what I wanted to say is that it's one of the last existing one-room schoolhouses in the county. The schoolhouse was built by Henry Hatch in 1856, and it was a school operating for near 100 years until 1954. The school at that time became old after 100 years, you can imagine, and that was when Lowell Robinson purchased the home. And from that time on, it still remained in the community and a very vital part of the Penn Valley community. It was called the Penn Valley Community Center. Interesting enough, when it was first opened as a school back more than 100 years ago, it was a private school, as many of our schools were one-room schoolhouses in Nevada County initially in the first 10 years of statehood. But after that, by the 1860s, the school district started being formed. Now, I don't want to take too much more of your time, but I just wanted to mention a couple other things about it. It was originally known as the Penn Valley High School back in 1855, of all things. And there was a boarding house built by Mr. Hatch for children that could come from great distances and live nearby the school and just walk to school. So it is really an outstanding thing, I think, for the county, and it hallmarks of our pioneer immigrants that came here in the 1850s and 1860s. In 1864, Jefferson Robinson came from Ohio, I believe, and became very prominent in the community, but his ancestors are here today. With that, that's pretty much what I wanted to say about it. There's a lot more to the school because it was such a vital part of the Penn Valley community. And I'm glad that it's being hopefully designated as a historical landmark in our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Any other public comment on this item? Any callers?
There are no callers.
Okay, we'll
Thank
close.
you. Thank you, Chair,
public
for allowing
comment.
me to bring this forward. Like I said, my dad went to school there, my grandfather went to school there, and my great-grandfather, of course, had something to do when before we purchased the Hatch land at one time, but that didn't include the school. That came later through the Ready Springs School District. So anyway, just kind of a cool history, and there it sits.
That's
So thank
very
you.
cool. Yeah, thank you. All right, I'll take a motion and a second to accept this item.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, that's very cool when we get to recognize something like that. All right, we are going to adjourn as the Board of as the Board of Director, as the Board of Supervisors, and adjourn, sorry. We're going to adjourn as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors. No, we're going to do the other thing. Give me a minute. We're going to recess as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors. And so we're going to take a consent calendar now on this board. We're going to go through what we just did for the Board of Directors. So these items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. I'm going to introduce the Nevada County Sanitation District Consent Calendar, which is item number 17, and I'm going to take public comment on that item. Any public comment? Any callers, Madam Clerk?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, we're going to close public comment, and I'm going to look for a motion and a second to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Moving kind of fast, sorry, Madam Clerk.
That's okay. District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, we're going to do that other thing. We're going to adjourn as the Nevada County Sanitation District Board of Directors and reconvene as the Nevada
Chair,
County.
We need public comment, general public comment
We did public comment.
for the sanitation district. That was consent.
The
public-
general public comment. Okay, we haven't adjourned yet. Is there any, apologies, is there any public comment on the, in general, on the sanitation district? Seeing none, we will close public comment and adjourn properly as the Nevada County Sanitation District Board of Directors, reconvene as the Nevada County Board of Supervisors. And now we will go into general public comment, the one you're all used to, for public comment on any items not on the agenda today. You'll have 3 minutes. Please keep your comments clear and concise. You do not have to provide your name and district, but we find it helpful. And if you want to call in for comments, now is the time to call in. There's sometimes a lag till we can get to you. So let's begin. Go ahead, Michael.
Good morning. Michael Taylor, District 1. I'm going to elaborate on my last my comment 2 weeks ago. And you guys are you're negotiating senior total financial compensations package for the next 3 years. I just want to point out the importance of negotiating it so that we don't go bankrupt in trying to keep up with whatever is possibly approved. Things like Allison Lehman can give a 10% bonus to any of them at will, up to 10%. I'd like to also suggest that these employees don't have 2 days a week from home working. They come to work on time, they're at work, they work and set an example at being at work. I think what also needs to happen is we need to understand or do a study or try to figure out, or you guys try to figure out, how is it possible that 30 employees are actually making more than the sheriff and the undersheriff? I mean, that's, again, understanding how that happened over this last 2 resolutions for total compensation packages. I think you guys need to understand that. It's senior staff in Nevada County, population and budget are some of the highest paid in the state based on those basic criterias. So I would encourage you guys, while you're negotiating this next 3 years right now, that you guys do a good job negotiating it, figuring out how it got to where it got, and try to start pulling it back a little bit so that it's not a runaway compensations. I would also suggest, because you guys are doing the fiscal budget, that you look at pulling back the 8.5% approved for county senior staff in the total full-time county staff of 8.5% in the last budget, that 8.5 somehow gets pulled back and you guys start trying to figure out how to rein in compensations across the board for the county in this next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
My name's Don Fraser. The U.S. Constitution protects all individuals within its borders, not just U.S. citizens. Recently, 12 University of California, Davis students, 6 Sacramento State students, 6 Stanford University students, and 4 University of California, Berkeley students had their visas revoked because they protested in favor of the Palestinians. In Gaza, a tent known to house journalists was bombed. One of them burned to death. Over 100 children have been killed and wounded since I spoke here last. In the West Bank, 2 14-year-olds and 1 15-year-old were shot for throwing stones. 1 14-year-old died. All 3 were American citizens. All of this has happened since I spoke here last. Senator Cory Booker spoke on the floor of the U.S. Senate for 25 hours and never said the word Gaza. And yet you, our most accessible representatives, silence. Shame. Shame, 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 and shame.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, Zach. So I just wanted to ask you what you think about the people who've been coming here for over a year to speak about the extermination of the Palestinian people. Don, Shirley, Jeffrey, wonderful people that I know and love. Do you think about them? Have you thought about why they come here? Have you thought about what they are telling you? They are our conscience. nagging at us that something is horribly wrong. What local government will be asked to do in the coming decades is changing, and much more rapidly than many of us expected. I urge you to think deeply about what they have been telling you. Our hope of surviving the crises that we will face hinges on our ability to feel empathy for our fellow humans and non-humans alike, and to act in accordance with that empathy. This culture has been trying to burn that empathy from us for as long as I've been alive. Don't think about the 4.7 million people killed in Iraq and Afghanistan, let alone the people still dying of cancer from the dust of the trade towers that we swore to never forget. Don't think about the 1 million Americans who just died of COVID. Don't think about the millions more across the world who died without the vaccine that we wouldn't share because of intellectual property that was publicly funded. Don't think about Trayvon Martin. Don't think about Oscar Grant. Don't think about Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and the countless others murdered by white supremacy in our country. Don't think about the poor. And certainly do not think about Gaza. Do not think about the genocide and ethnic cleansing that's happening every day with the support of our government. How are we to take care of each other if we can't think and feel the suffering? We simply cannot. So please listen to these people. Listen to your conscience. It's time we grow up and deal with the world as it is and not how we wish it was. Your jobs as public officials are going to get much harder soon. You must change and adapt and provide more empathy. I'll end with my favorite quote. The ultimate hidden truth of the world is that it's something that we make and can just as easily make differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Any callers, Madam Clerk?
No callers.
Okay. Any other public comment? Just going to give it another minute? Okay. We'll close public comment. We appreciate all of you coming down and making comments. Okay, we're going to move into individual board member items, and we'll start with item 18, a presentation honoring April Cole as California Senate District 4 Truckee Woman of the Year by the Office of Senator Marie Alvarado Gill. And I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Bullock to lead this item.
Yeah, thank you. Exciting day. Mandy, do you have a few words or a staff report or anything that you wanted to start off with?
I do have a staff report, but I'm actually going to turn the mic mostly over to Taylor Brown with Senator Alvarado Gill's office. So
okay.
I'll let you make some comments first, and then we'll turn it over to Taylor.
Okay, great, thanks. It's an honor to have April here today, and you're going to see April twice today, which is awesome. Associated with the library as the executive director for the Friends of the Truckee Tile Library, and also as a recipient of Senator Alvarado Gill's Woman of the Year in Truckee. And so I'm really proud to serve with April on multiple different community building boards and Rotary and other things in Eastern County. Taylor and I have gotten to know each other since she represents Senator Alvarado Gill's office, and so when I saw requests for nominations come up from Senator Alvarado Gill, I immediately knew who to nominate. And I think there will be other comments related to April's service to our community and to Eastern County and Nevada County as a whole. So Taylor, over to you, and then I have some more things I'd like to say about April and make her blush.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Taylor Brown. I'm a district representative for Senator Marie Alvarado Gill, and I'm very honored to be here today to commend April as the Truckee Woman of the Year. So I'll read from the resolution we have for her. So I'll go ahead and start. Whereas April Cole has been selected as the 2025 Truckee Woman of the Year for the 4th Senatorial District, and it is appropriate at this time to highlight her many achievements and extend to her special public recognition. And whereas the state of California boasts a rich history of women who have made invaluable and far-reaching contributions to the well-being and improvement of their communities, and included among those stellar women is April Cole, whose accomplishments as executive director of the Friends of the Truckee Library have been of great benefit to the people of the town of Truckee and beyond. And whereas in her official role as executive director of the Friends of the Truckee Library, April has guided the nonprofit organization through a transformative period as it works in partnership with local jurisdictions to develop a new library. And under her leadership, the organization has helped secure a new library at the Truckee Regional Park, raised more than $2 million to support the cost of development, contributed to the design of a state-of-the-art facility through thoughtful feedback and insights, engaged with thousands of community members to understand their desires for the new facility, and earned endorsements from more than 40 organizations for this critical community asset. And whereas by remaining steadfastly committed to ensuring access to educational materials and a welcoming environment for the entire Truckee community, April has worked diligently to help create a library that will meet the needs and desires of Truckee residents. And whereas beyond her work with the Friends of Truckee Library, April has served the Truckee community as president of the Rotary Club of Truckee, in which capacity she championed numerous initiatives to strengthen local programs. And in 2024, she was named Best Volunteer by the Sierra Sun. And whereas, as a committed champion for youth in the community, April served as chair of youth services within the Rotary Club of Truckee from 2010 to 2020, and again from 2024 to 2025. In addition to also being elected to serve as parent representative for the Alder Creek Middle School Site Council from 2022 to 2025. And whereas April Cole has made significant contributions to the well-being and improvement of the Truckee region, and she serves as a respected role model for public-spirited people throughout the state of California, now, therefore, be it resolved by Senator Marie Alvarado Gill that April Cole be congratulated on her selection as a 2025 Truckee Woman of the Year for the 4th Senatorial District, commended for her exemplary record of community and civic leadership, and extended best wishes for continued success in the future.
April, do you want to say a few things? You can just come up to you can use that microphone right there. Yeah, there you go.
All right, thank you. I'm trying to learn to say thank you, period, but I'm not very good at that. Hardy mentioned, I worked with Hardy quite a bit, particularly during COVID. And there was a period of time where I had worked in international travel, and I specialized in travel to Asia. So you can imagine that in COVID, I had a little bit more time on my hands, a lot of time on my hands. And during that, in my service with youth services for the Rotary Club, I had the opportunity to work with the school district, with Supervisor Bullock, with Truckee Donner PUD, and the town of Truckee in acknowledging and working towards a solution to a really critical problem in our community, which was lack of access to broadband. Many of our community do not have the opportunity to access reliable internet and are underhoused, so they're in a space where multiple generations are living in a very small space. So you can imagine digital learning was a challenge during COVID. And it really opened my eyes to the need in our community for space. And my best friend is here today, Andrea, and she actually founded a nonprofit called Journeys Within Our Community in Cambodia, and had a really simple slogan. It was, see a problem, solve a problem. And when I recognized that there were people in our community that did not have this space or access to reliable internet, it was pretty clear that I saw a problem, now we need to solve it. And I had the opportunity to work with Louise Zabriskie, Kath Egan, to discuss the new Truckee Library project that they were working on. And the synergy was just there. The sense of, you see a problem, we have a critical need in our community, and this is something that I can help work on. So I feel a little silly to be recognized for something as simple as This is a need. We've got to work to fill it. But at the same time, I'm honored. I'm truly, truly honored. This is a project that I am so proud to be a part of. And every day I have the reinforcement from our community that this is something that they need, they want, and I'm grateful to be here today. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much. Wow. It's like they say, when you need to get something done, find a busy person. It's amazing. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Truckee is lucky to have you. The library is lucky to have you. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to make some comments. Please. Supervisor Swarthout.
So just thank you for your public service and congratulations. It seems like it's a very well-deserved award.
Supervisor Hook.
Thank you coming to share this with all of us. This is very exciting. And I know if Party and you are working together, things can happen. So that's pretty exciting as well. What a grand thing. And thank Senator, this is fabulous. I think it's fun to recognize people that really stand out in our communities. And sometimes it takes somebody to lead, right? Somebody has to pick up that torch and go. And so thank you for doing that. This is one of those fun things that we get to do, and you get to live with this moment for a while. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Rob?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, and it's very inspiring. So keep up the good work.
And Hardy.
Yeah, thank you. I could go on a long time, but April and I were talking about how we grew up, and I asked her how she was inspired to get into serving others. And if you're in Rotary, service above self is like the foundational model, right? And you just exemplify that. And when you're a Rotary president, one of the super critical time in COVID, I think Zach was mentioning how hard it's going to get. And for me, COVID was, I don't know if it can get, it was pretty darn hard. But there were people in our community that just rose to the top, and that was you. And your broadband initiative with the Donner Creek and some of that community was awesome. But I still see you in all these other, like RILA is the Rotary International Youth component. And so we host student exchange kids, and they come, and April's always like, who can drive this person to here and take them there, and we're going here, and I got them hooked up with something else. And it's an incredible amount of energy you bring to our community, and I want to say thank you and honor you, but I also want to honor all the women in my district in East County. We have an awesome legacy of female leadership, and I'm so proud of the people that I've served with. Kathleen Egan's here as well. I think 25 years of serving with Kathleen on different things, so good job well done. Thanks. I'm stoked to honor you.
Wonderful. Let's open it up for public comment. Are there any public comment on this item?
I hadn't planned on this, but I have to say just two things. The child is the father of the man. She is the child who is the father of all of us. She is magic, and is enabling us to do so much more than we ever could on our own. So that's one thing I want to say about it. We admire her beyond and envy her beyond expectation. The other thing is I want you to know that she's also playing a dog, Sylvia. And not only does she do all this other stuff, she's going to be in a play, Truckee Community Theater. Every night she goes to rehearsals. I mean, I'm just flabbergasted what this woman accomplishes. Thank you, April. You are very powerful. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Any callers?
No callers.
Okay, we're going to close public comment, and why don't we all come up? We're going to take a picture, and Carissa, are you the one with the camera today? Wonderful. Let's come on down. All right, we're on to another wonderful positive item. We're going to go to item 19, which is a certificate of recognition for the Nevada County Coalition of Firewise Communities for outstanding contributions to the fire safety in the community. Is Susan, there you are, Susan, come on up to the dais, Susan Rogers. Yeah, you're going to accept the certificate, are you not? And if you want some of your colleagues to sit with you, they can do that. I know there's a whole team of you. This is great. So I'm gonna go ahead and read the certificate, and then we'll turn it over to you to say some things, and we'll then come back to the board and then take public comment. So let me read. This is really an amazing group of people. I'm going to read this, and you're going to be amazed. Those of you who are involved in Firewise communities, you know what this group has done, but not everyone does. So the Nevada County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing the Coalition of Firewise Communities for their outstanding contributions to the community through their dedication and hard work in promoting fire safety in our community. The Nevada County Coalition of Firewise Communities is an all-volunteer organization formed in 2017 with a mission of promoting fire safety through advocacy, education, and community involvement. For nearly a decade, it has brought together representatives of Firewise communities on a regular basis, both in person and virtually, to share information and amplify the county-wide effort to educate residents on wildfire preparedness. The coalition launched its efforts with working groups that focused on areas its members identified as the most important, including code enforcement and evacuation. Since that time, the coalition's messaging has grown and expanded, and its robust website provides valuable resources on topics that have helped residents understand how to stay informed during wildfire season, how to create defensible space, how different alert systems and apps work, and much more. From the first presentation to the Board of Supervisors in December 2017 to supporting the launch of the Ready Nevada County campaign in 2019, the coalition has been a force multiplier in the community around all things wildfire. Over the years, the dedicated leadership has served as an informational hub for Nevada County's cohort of Firewise communities, which has steadily expanded from 22 certified communities in 2022 to more than 100 certified communities in 2025. And I think we still hold the record for the most number of Firewise communities in the state, if not the nation. From its inception, the coalition has played a valuable role in promoting wildfire resilience across Nevada County, acting as a voice of the people and publicly advocating for better fire-safe practices and policies. Therefore, the Nevada County of Supervisors takes great pleasure in recognizing the Nevada County Coalition of Firewise Communities for their steadfast dedication and incredible contributions to the fire safety of our community, and looks forward to its continued success and growth. Thank you so much for bringing together our Firewise communities and being such a force multiplier in this whole county. It's been amazing. I think you wanted to speak later, so let me turn it over to my colleagues now. I know they want to say something as well. And let's start with Supervisor Hook.
Where do you start? When I look back at 2019 even, where we were and what we were doing and the amount of people you've trained and the people that you've worked with and the communities, like when you look at 100, I'm always just typically amazed at the ones I have in North San Juan. That crew up there has been incredible to put that together when you live in the middle of a heavily forested area that we've let out be overgrown for years, right? Or out on Greenhorn, the work that they're doing out there. You could just look all over these communities. And then I was just talking to Joanne Weitz, and she said, how come you're not in one? And so we need to work on that. I live on a ranch that's irrigated all the way around, but what a great fire safe area that we are. So we're going to be maybe 101 here pretty soon. So I just continue to be amazed at the work you all pull together. Bob, I see you back there. There's just such a team of people that are inspiring and make people in our community really want to do better, because really we can't do this on our own, right? It has to be a crew, has to be a team, and it has to be a want of the property owners And without you, we can't accomplish anything. So thank you for your dedication. And I look forward to see where we go in the next 5 years. So thank you.
We're all right here.
Great. Well, thank you. Thanks for all that you do. I think one of the important things that I've seen come out of the Firewise communities, especially in District 3, is not just the work that you're doing to bolster your homes and make things more fire safe and look for grant opportunities, but the communities that you have developed. You now know your neighbors. I don't live there, but I'm part of one of the Firewise districts just by virtue of being an elected official. They wanted me to know. And the things that they post on their on their Facebook page, talking not about just what the work they're doing with Firewise, but just all the great community things and the neighborhood things that they're doing. So I really commend you for not only the work that you're doing for Firewise, but also really connecting your communities, knowing your neighbors, knowing who might need help if there is some sort of a tragedy or a fire is very impressive. So keep up the good work. I know that there's more people out there who want to start Firewise communities, and I just think that based on the success of what you've had, everybody wants to be involved. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm blown away at how much progress has been made in such a short amount of time. And when I first started, I went to a Firewise. It was like a Firewise carnival of sorts. Casey hosted it out at UBET, and I was like, wow, this is one of the biggest shows of support and community energy around any single topic. And I think it's awesome, help yourself first, right? Help yourself, take the actions, take the steps to protect your community, and then show each other how it works and build that community that we've been talking about. So I'm very impressed, very supportive, but I'd also like to thank our staff who's spent a lot of time trying to coordinate all the different groups that come to bear and bring resources to FireSafe Coalition of Firewise Communities and all of that. So I just want to say thanks. It's a group effort, and we're here to support you as we move forward.
Yeah, thanks for all your work on this. I live in a Firewise community and have seen it firsthand, and I think what's so impressive about it is just, like was mentioned, it's a grassroots, ground-up community movement, and it's, nowadays there's a lot of divisiveness in certain issues or projects, but this is one that I think everybody's gotten on board with, and it's just so cool to see how it's grown and will continue to grow. So thank you for your part in that, and it's just, once again, one of those things in our community that makes you proud to be here and, to see all the positive coming out of it. So thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to say again also, I've been out to almost all the Firewise communities in my district. A couple years ago was going out to every one of them, and you'd have dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of people showing up for each of those Firewise community meetings. And my husband works on our Firewise community out in Greenhorn, and he spends lots of time on it. I'm amazed how many hours he puts in, both crafting emails and getting information and coming down and meeting with staff and going out to walk all the different routes and look at what needs to be done. That's just one Firewise community, and each of them are doing that. And then you, as the coalition, are trying to take all that information in and get information out. It's got to be like wrangling cats, I'm going to say. So, and you've lasted a long time as a team, and so you figured out how to make it work and how to support our community in ways that are the most critical ways that they possibly could be. I want to turn it over to you, Susan, to say a few words, and feel free to introduce your team as well if you'd like.
Is this on? Yes. Thank you. First, thank you very much to the supervisors for recognizing the coalition. We really appreciate it. I want to recognize Kent Reese, the founder, who he got the idea in conjunction with the former director of the Fire Safe Council 7 years ago, and held a meeting, and a lot of people showed up, and it took off from there. We also have Jeff Peach, who's done a lot of our web work. Scott Beasley was chair for 2 years. Erica Willett Cosina is our chair now. Bob Long was our chair for 2 years. And who else is here? And Casey's over there, Kristen Cook from You Bet. She does an awesome job, my God. And I also want to say we have good energy with synergy with the county, and we appreciate that. When we launched in September of 2017, there was one person in the county Office of Emergency Services, and he attended our meetings, and Paradise Fire happened, and he retired, and you got a new person in there who was excellent. I forget who it was at the time, but the feedback I think that the county folks got from our meetings really helped inform the county's office, OES, and you have built up to now, I think there's at least 7 people in the OES office, as we have built up from 22 Firewise communities to more than 100. So we really appreciate the synergy we have with OES and the communication, and I think it's been a very good relationship, and we do appreciate the recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for saying that as well. Yeah, it is a huge team. All of you, all the residents who participate, our staff who show up and help as well. So thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comment now.
Thank you again for this recognition. It means a lot to us. I've only been with the coalition for a year, and Susan did a great job of calling out some of the people that have been there since the very beginning or close to it. And these people are by no means everyone who's helped get the coalition to where we are today, but there are some key players. We recognize Kent Reese, who started the coalition in 2017 with 22 Firewise communities and 22 in training. Today, I think we have 109 and 25 in training. Susan Rogers, who was very modest, attended that very first coalition meeting and became vice chair at the 3rd meeting. She is still with us today after spending 3 years as vice chair. She's remained very active on the steering committee. She writes the e-blasts that Jeff sends out, and she's created or edited many educational handouts. If you've visited our website, you've seen those. She's been the web content manager for 5 years. In addition, she was responsible for bringing a dangerous tree density issue on both sides of the Banner lava cap overcrossing above Highway 49 to the attention of Caltrans, which eventually resulted in tree thinning and clearing at this critical evacuation choke point. So real impact on our community. Jeff has also been with the coalition since 2017, and he remains active on the steering committee today. He built our website and has been the technical manager for the website and the email list manager for the coalition for the past 6 years. He's the lead Zoom tech person for our hybrid meetings, editing and posting the video recordings of our meetings to our website, and he is affectionately known as the chief joke appreciator of the coalition. Bob Long joined in 2018 and was chair for 2 years. He too remains on the steering committee today. His wisdom and strong organizational background make him a key advisor in all coalition decisions. In addition, Bob's unrelenting advocacy with the Motherlode Office of the Federal Bureau of Land Management persuaded them to create an application and permit process allowing homeowners to pursue clearing on adjacent land owned by BLM. The Defensible Space Permit application is on the coalition's website. Kristen Cook, KC, joined the steering committee in 2019. She has been a powerhouse, liaising with other organizations, producing shareable best practices for her own Firewise community, and helping us think strategically so that we can continue to provide the best possible support for Firewise communities and especially their leaders. The coalition is what it is today because of these people and many other committed volunteers. I am honored to work with such a passionate, committed group of people on such important work for our community. And I'm excited about the future of our organization in this time of increasing wildfire danger. Thank you again.
Hi, I'm Joanne Feitz Kaufman, and I've been the co-leader with Pat Leach of the Salmon Mine East Sages Firewise community for a long time. And I am here to show my deep appreciation and respect for the Coalition of Firewise Communities. Becoming a Firewise community is not easy, but the real work begins once you become one. I have benefited from the Coalition since day one. I have rarely seen such a hardworking, dedicated, and big-hearted group of people as a steering committee. And I've worked with incident management teams across the country on wildfires. These people are top-notch. They have built things up the grassroots way, from a very useful website to critically important monthly and quarterly meetings. They have added to the knowledge and tools Firewise community leaders and all of us need. But most of all, they have created and grown a sense of community amongst Firewise communities and all of us in the county. Those of you who don't know, I had a career with the Forest Service and spent over 24 years on wildfires. Fire knows no boundaries, not Firewise community boundaries, neighborhood, land ownership, or anything else. The community that they have built crosses all boundaries, and that is priceless. Now, this is not on purpose, Hardy, but from Floriston, where I've spent a lot of time, all the way on the eastern edge of the county to the west with UBET, I've spent a lot of time with these communities, and they're all tremendous. We all need to work together to become fire prepared for the fire that knows no boundaries, but we really need to work together when the wildfire hits. That's when our lives depend upon each other. And the more the sense of community we have built before, the better we can support each other then and in the recovery after. The Coalition has greatly, greatly moved us in that way. Now, I am pleased to announce that a group of Firewise community leaders, initially including a couple of those on the Coalition Steering Committee and others, including myself, have now formed a new public benefit organization focused on the people part of wildfire preparedness, the Fire Safe Nevada County Coalition. During the LA fires, a group of us experienced Firewise community leaders felt an urgent need for an immediate increase in support to our communities. We are a volunteer-driven organization with a mission to support residents, visitors, and communities, and especially Firewise communities, with education, mentoring, and more. We look forward to working with all organizations and agencies involved in wildfire preparedness as collaboration increases efficiencies and strengthens outcomes. As board president, I invite all to work with us and help us support, educate, and motivate our residents and Firewise communities. Our neighbors to the north in Plumas County, where I grew up, have shared urgent advice that
We're gonna continue you, but you're way over, so wrap it up for us, please.
I have my last sentence.
Okay.
Shared urgent advice that we need to work as hard as we can, as fast as we can. We look forward to sharing more information as our journey unfolds. Thank you for turning the mic back on.
Thank you, and that's exciting news. Thank you. Any more public comment in the room?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'd first like to say a big thank you to the leadership of the Nevada County Firewise Coalition, and then offer a few comments about its value to me as a Firewise community leader. My name is Terry Hastings, and I'm the leader of the Harmony Firewise community in District 1. I've been a Firewise community leader for 4 years now. Though small, Harmony Firewise shares the same challenges as its much larger neighbors. Principally, how to increase awareness of the threat of wildfire. When I first came to Nevada County, I will tell you, I had no clue. And as I watch many of my neighbors move in, they are really clueless as to the challenges, and it's been our job to educate them. We have to also engage residents in becoming part of the solution. And finally, we have to move them to action to take on the challenge before them. For the most part, Firewise community leaders are not subject matter experts, nor are they communications experts, mostly not naturally. Some of them are introverts, but yet they have to become experts in all things Firewise, or all things, when somebody say all things wildfire. And I know that I have learned a tremendous amount over the last 4 years. It's been a steep learning curve, but we are motivated to learn, and we are motivated to share what we learn with our community members. The coalition has helped us to do just that. I personally have learned so much, but there's so much more for all of us to learn over the next few months. As Joanne mentioned, the threat of wildfire is near, and we can't learn too fast. Finally, I'm certain that going forward, the capacity of the coalition will continue to grow. I was very pleased to learn about the reconstitution of the group, and I'm looking forward to working with them as we continue. Also important is their capacity to work with city and county governments and our fire agencies. I think this has been a challenge in the past, and I'm hopeful that they will continue to do so with transparency and accountability. They certainly have my full support, and I thank you all very much.
Thank you. Are there any callers, Madam Clerk?
No callers.
Okay. Go ahead, Scott.
Hi. Thanks for your time, Supervisors. Scott Beasley, after more than a decade in rural Nevada County, I have moved to the big city and am now a resident of Grass Valley, California, District 3, where I have a fire hydrant in my front lawn. By way of experience on today's topic of fire, in addition to being past chair of the coalition, I also served as your first on-scene deputy incident commander for evacuation efforts of river fire, highway fire, and a few smaller ones that were fortunately uneventful. And I'm a contributing author of the book Path of Flames. I'm super excited to be here today and hear Joanne's announcement, and also want to thank you for the recognition for past work of the coalition. Study after study has shown that post-disaster recovery is directly related to those who make their best efforts in the areas of preparation and mitigation before the disaster strikes. The first data points I saw were from Hurricane Katrina, where those who sandbagged their house and hung hurricane shutters returned back to normal life quicker, had less post-disaster trauma, and relied less on the government when they did all as much as they could in advance of that event, even if their homes were completely destroyed. And what the coalition has done a fabulous job of is enabling those, being that force multiplier in the community for those who want to do everything they possibly can in advance of these events. I'm super excited to hear Joanne's announcement today and the structure of that, because as amazing as the coalition has been, there's only so much you can do as an all-volunteer, unincorporated nonprofit without so much as a checking account, let alone a budget to fill it. And this new Fire Safe group is going to be that force multiplier to expand the work of the coalition and go beyond that. To steal a little thunder from your afternoon's presentation, the fiscal sponsor of this group will be the Community Foundation, to which I'm also a board member and chair of the investment committee. So when we talk about force multipliers, this is another example of this community coming together and finding a way to solve a problem and give the support to this group to do, again, everything they possibly can in the fields of preparedness and mitigation, because for many of us, we firmly believe that the day will come when we look to the southwest, we feel that warm summer breeze coming at us and see those ugly, nasty, anvil-shaped pyrocumulus clouds coming, and it'll be nice to know that we have done absolutely everything we can in advance of that event. Thanks for your recognition today, and thanks for your patience as these groups continue to grow and work together.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Thank you for this recognition today. My name is Kent Reese. I'm the so-called birth father of the Firewise Coalition back in 2017. Sorry. And, you know, I think I got involved in this when I told my neighbor, you know, you've got a lot of pine needles on your roof over there. That's not too safe. Have you heard that's not too safe, you know? Could start a fire and your house burn down. He said, okay, I'll take care of that. So he goes over there and he blows the leaves and the pine needles off. And then he leaves because he was there just part-time. He was just a weekender, you know, like so many other people up here. So I go over there and I take a look at his work, and he's piled up all the pine needles on the foundation of his house that has wood siding. So the needles are all on the side of the house now and are a perfect, you know, place to harbor even a worse fire situation than what he had with him on the roof. The reason why we got started with this coalition is that we realized that our Firewise communities were rapidly expanding throughout the county, but they really had no medium for talking to each other. How do you talk to each other? How do you get started communicating and getting those best ideas to be shared and those problems to be shared, and to bring people together to find a common ground of understanding and communication? That's what the Firewise communities started off doing. We had to have a way of talking to each other and learning from each other, because otherwise we were very, very handicapped, especially as the Firewise community movement was building, and we were getting so many communities rapidly wanting to participate. I stepped out of this before a whole year was up, and the reason for the success of this Firewise effort and the coalition is by and large due to these wonderful people that are over here, because they picked up the torch and carried it beautifully, and that's why we are where we are today, because of the strength of these people, their dedication, and their refusal to give up under any circumstances. And that's what's so wonderful about them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any last comments, any last public comments? Then I'm going to close public comment. We're so lucky to have so many smart people working on this, and thanks for the reminder that this works best when everyone in the community participates. Let's come on down and take a picture, and then we're going to take a break. So I'm announcing that right now. So we'll take a picture, take a break, and then we'll be back here at about 10:05. We can stay behind. Okay. I'm going to ask everyone to come take their seats, please. Thank you so much. Our next item is a public community forum regarding the Truth Act pursuant to Government Code Section 7283 to 7283.2 to provide information to the public about immigration and customs enforcement access to individuals and to receive and consider public comment. This is a presentation we have every year. It's always interesting, so welcome, Captain Scales, and I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, Board. I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Jay Now, who's going to run through the PowerPoint of the Truth Act and how we interact with immigrations and customs enforcement through our jails.
Good morning, Chair Hall and Supervisors. Thank you for giving us time to present this topic. Thank you, Captain Scales, for the introduction. We're here to give our annual presentation on the Truth Act, which is the transparent review of unjust transfers and holds. Our presentation will include requirements of the Act, government codes that make up the Truth Act, jail policy and procedure, and statistics for the year 2024. A little bit of history of the Truth Act. It was approved by California Governor Brown on September 26, 2016. Requires the Nevada County Sheriff's Office to provide an incarcerated person with written consent form prior to an ICE interview. It also provides criteria for Nevada County Sheriff's Office for cooperating with immigration and customs enforcement. The Nevada County Sheriff's Office has established policies and procedures. One of those would be Corrections Policy 502, which I will discuss in a little bit. It also addresses requirements of Government Code 7283 through 7283.2 and 7282.5. So regarding those government codes, first one is 7282.5. It identifies the charges and conditions that must be met for incarcerated persons to be held for ICE. Some of these requirements are what charge they are convicted of. They must be convicted of serious or violent crimes. Low-level, nonviolent misdemeanor charges are not included on the list. Penal Code Section 1192.7 and 667.5 gives us a list of what charges would qualify in allowing us to cooperate with ICE. They can also be convicted of a crime that they are being sent to state prison. In that case, we would send the ICE detainer with them to the prison, and it would be up to the California State Prison to decide whether or not to cooperate with ICE. If they are on the California Sex and Arson Registry, we can honor the immigration hold. And finally, the jail is provided, if they get provided with a federal arrest warrant signed by a federal judge with charges related to immigration, we will honor that as it is a federal warrant. Government Code 7283 defines which incarcerated person data we should be presenting yearly at this community forum. 7283.1 outlines the process for us cooperating with immigration regarding forms, information availability, and it also tells us that we have to have this community forum each year. Government Code 7283.2 specifies that chapter doesn't change authority to detain based upon an ICE hold. So in other words, we are not going to bring someone to custody strictly on an immigration hold. There has to be charges that brings them into the facility. So regarding the jail policy, Nevada County Sheriff's Office Policy 502, which encompasses 502.3.2 through 502.3.5. This policy is reception into the jail, whereas this specific section refers to immigration. So the first thing is notifying the incarcerated person if jail receives a hold request from ICE. If we receive something from them, we will notify the incarcerated person whether or not we plan to comply with that request. We have a form that we will give to them. they are allowed to go through and have one additional person designated who will also receive a copy of that ICE request. And then also, if we notify ICE of their pending requests, they can designate someone to receive a copy. It, for example, would be their attorney. All ICE requests for interviews are entirely voluntary. And then all forms are available in several different languages. We have 3 forms that we use for the Truth Act. Those forms, like I said, several languages. In the event we do not have a form in the language spoken, we will contact the interpreter line and make sure that they understand completely what is going on. So the process for cooperating with immigration, incarcerated person is booked into the Wayne Brown Correctional Facility. Part of our booking process is they go through and have their fingerprints taken. Once fingerprints are taken, they go straight to the DOJ. DOJ notifies, all agencies. One of those can be ICE. At that point, ICE may send us a detainer. They can send it through fax or they'll send it through our CLET system. If ICE places a hold, notification is given to the incarcerated person. For that is form number 2, where we're telling them that there was a hold. And we also mark on that box whether or not we intend to cooperate. If ICE requests to interview an incarcerated person, consent forms are given to the incarcerated person. And again, the interview is strictly voluntary. If the incarcerated person consents, they are interviewed by ICE. At the conclusion of their time in custody, ICE receives notification of a release form if they meet the criteria, as I mentioned, through the government codes. ICE access. Under Government Code 7283, ICE access means for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement, including when an individual is stopped with or without their consent, arrested, detained, or otherwise under the control of the local law enforcement agency. There are 5 areas listed under ICE access, and this was our involvement during the 2024. So number 1, responding to an ICE hold notification or transfer request. Wayne Brown responded to one of those. Providing notification to ICE in advance of the public that an individual is being or will be released at a certain date in time through data sharing or otherwise. Wayne Brown responded to one of those. Providing ICE non-publicly available information regarding release dates, home addresses, or work addresses, whether through computer databases, jail logs, or otherwise. Wayne Brown does not provide this information to ICE through databases, jail logs, etc. Number 4, allowing ICE to interview an individual. ICE did not conduct any interviews during 2024. Number 5, providing ICE information regarding dates and times of probation or parole check-ins. ICE was not provided with any information regarding probation or parole. So now we'll get into our statistics for calendar year 2024. Of those incarcerated persons with some level of ICE involvement, there were 8 total bookings throughout the year. 6 of those bookings were on local charges, 2 with holds from other agencies. As the board's aware, we contract with other agencies. One of those is Placer County up in our Truckee jail. One of them was brought into our jail, and they had an ICE hold, or ICE hold was placed on them. Another one is our contract agency with U.S. Marshal Service, where we house federal inmates at our jail while they're going through the process. One of them was also came with an ICE detainer. So of those 8 bookings, we'll go into the 8 releases. 4 were released to the public, meaning they were either time served, court award, released from the courts, multiple reasons, but they were released to the public with no ICE involvement. One of those was transported to state prison for a sentence. That one that was the contract agency with Placer County that in custody was released to Placer County, so we don't know what happened with that ICE detainer on them. And then 2 were released to ICE. One was time served on Nevada County charges and met conditions of Government Code 7282.5. The other one was the federal inmate whose time served on federal charges that were non-ICE related, they were other charges, and met conditions of Government Code 7282.5. Continuing with statistics, there was an average daily population of one incarcerated person with ICE holds in custody at Wayne Brown throughout the year. The way we come up with that formula is we add the total number of days that incarcerated persons with an ICE hold spent in custody and divide that by 365. This gives us an average daily population on any given day. 42 days was the average length of stay for an incarcerated person with ICE holds. The increase in the average length of stay over the last year is mainly due to two reasons. One incarcerated person had a total stay of 255 days for felony charges. So he was in our jail for that amount of time on non-ICE related charges. There were fewer incarcerated persons with ICE holds for this year, but their time in custody was longer, which brought the average up. And finally, the demographics of those that had ICE holds. Under age, we had one that was 18 through 24, 3 between the ages of 25 and 30, 3 between 31 and 40, and 1 between the ages of 41 and 50. The youngest was 20 years old, and the oldest was 48 years old. Of those 8, all 8 were males. And then the country of birth, this is self-reported. This is what they're telling us, so we don't have any way to verify it. I mean, we get the whole, but we don't know for sure where their birth is other than what they report to us. 5 reported they were born in Mexico, 1 in China, 1 in Guatemala, and 1 in U.S. And then their citizenship is, again, self-reported. The one that said he was born in U.S. also said he was a U.S. citizen, and then 7 were foreign. And then through the booking charge of those 8, 7 of them were in custody for felony matters, and then 1 was in for misdemeanor. And this concludes the presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Always appreciate this very detailed report and that it's given to us annually as part of your requirement. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Hardy?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's a lot of data. I appreciate the detail. Just a couple questions. I think you were mentioning the charges. If charges are filed by a judge for immigration violations, you pick somebody up, you can hold them, but a detainer issue or an arrest will not occur based on that immigration status. So can you just clarify the difference between those two statements? It's kind of a nuance. I think I understand what you mean, but I just want to make sure.
Yes, so an arresting officer can't arrest strictly on an immigration hold or detainer. They have to be arresting them on actual local
Separate
charges.
Okay, and then after that, and then have you seen a proliferation of different judges making orders for detainers or arrests based on any of the recent activity?
Our local judges?
Yeah, anybody.
I have not had any local judges make any reference to immigration holds.
Okay, thank you.
No questions? Okay, no questions here, so no additional questions. So let's turn it over for the community, open the community forum for public comment.
Chair Hall, just one point of clarification. The one thing that is likely not included on the presentation that probably should be is the number of bookings last year. So to give your point a bit of context. So in 2024, there are 2,864 bookings that encompasses Wayne Brown and our facility up in Truckee. So of the 2,864, there were 8 that fit into this particular criteria. And regarding your question, Mr. Bullock, or Supervisor Bullock, the deputies in the field and the officers in the field are not immigration agents. In fact, California law prohibits us from asking about immigration, acting as immigration agents. We can't participate in a task force that is geared towards immigration. We can't we don't have a repository for that information. It doesn't exist in our reports, in our report writing system. We can't rely on ICE or Border Patrol or anybody like that for as an interpreter. And we can't take any enforcement of immigration law. So we enforce California laws. Those are the laws that we pay attention to, and local laws. Most of the time when you're in the field, in fact, I can't think of a single time in 20 years of law enforcement where I've ever known the immigration status of anybody I run into in the field. It really just doesn't occur. We'll run somebody's, their driver's license or run them out locally, but we don't get that. That information doesn't come to us, particularly when we're on a vehicle stop or responding to somebody's residence or something like that. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. Okay. Okay, let's go to public comment in the community forum. Any public comments?
Hello, Board. This is, I'm Lorraine Reich, 153 Park Avenue Extension, Nevada City. And I just want to applaud the local law enforcement. And,
Can you speak right into the microphone,
sorry.
Lorraine? Thank you.
I don't have any objection or anything other than an applaud to California for passing the California Truth Act requiring law enforcement giving notice to ICE detainees. I applaud Nevada County's government for enforcing and recognizing the laws of California in the Truth Act, California's Value Act, that no state resources shall be used to assist federal immigration enforcement of ICE. With the climate as we know right now among the United States, the ICE involvement may increase in time, and I applaud our county for enforcing the values that were passed by the California legislature in not creating an environment of fear in our community by our neighbors. In enacting the Values Act, the California legislature made clear that immigrants are valuable and essential members of the California community. The legislature determined that a relationship of trust between California immigrants and state and local agencies is central to public safety for the people of California. So we applaud the work that's being done here in the county, and we recognize that the people, no matter whether they're citizens or visa holders or non-visa holders, immigrants, will not be afraid to call the fire department, for instance, if there's, in case of a house or a structural fire, and should not be afraid to call law enforcement if they believe a crime is being committed or will be committed, should not be afraid to call law enforcement concerning matters of domestic violence. I work with an organization who serves to inform the immigrants of our community of these rights. And I hope that we can work in partnership with the county in increasing that recognition of our policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chairpersons and members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Bill Drake. I've lived in Nevada County for 35 years, and I'm speaking on behalf of Creating Communities Beyond Bias, a Nevada County nonprofit. We formed our organization in 2011 when an Hispanic family was jeered out of Condom Park in Grass Valley. Unfortunately, Nevada County and our country have always had racism. Under the current administration, the expression of racism has intensified with increasingly harsh immigration laws and procedures which have been reinforced with racist language and lies and are primarily focused on people of color. We're told immigrants are criminals and rapists, and that in Ohio at least they eat cats. All this puts immigrants who make significant contributions to our communities and are by and large law-abiding citizens and don't eat cats at serious risk. Among other things, it puts them vulnerable to crime as it has a chilling effect on their willingness to contact law enforcement. The role of our community law enforcement should be to serve all members of our community, regardless of race, color, creed, sexual orientation, or immigration status. We support our sheriff departments not cooperating with immigration officials except when required to do so by law, and the county having an official policy in this regard. This will help immigrants feel and be safer and put Nevada County on the side of fairness and justice. Thank you, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you, Bill.
Hi, Zach again. So we need robust new policy right now to protect our community. While I appreciate the sheriff's interpretation of the code, it is far from sufficient. That interpretation may change. So we need to erect guardrails. Amador County Sheriff Gary Redmond says that he will not abide by California's sanctuary laws because he believes they contradict federal law. His argument that if a person is known to be an alien and is in a police car or a public building, that would maybe be a violation of Title VIII subsections on harboring or even trafficking. Riverside Sheriff Chad Bianco has also said that he will work around state law to cooperate with ICE. And even if our local law enforcement, and that's an if, abide by state law, they can and should go further. For example, if ICE requests a civil immigration detainer for someone in sheriff's custody, under state law, the sheriff may still hold that individual for 48 hours, giving ICE time to apprehend them. And they also might share certain information about that detained person. This is voluntary. It is not a law. They do not have to comply. And we should have strong policies of noncompliance, regardless of the crime they are accused of. People who are legally in this country are being sent to what is essentially a labor torture prison in El Salvador. And you know, the Department of Homeland Security is breaking the law right now. This is not hyperbole. This is a fact. The Supreme Court just upheld Trump's use of the 1798 Alien Enemies Act, which he will continue to use to send people to El Salvador. We do not have time to wait and see how this shakes out. We must act with urgency and creativity to protect our community. And we need to send a strong signal to all those people that are terrified right now that they are not alone and that those in power will defend them, and as is their right to be defended and as is your mandate as their representatives. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mary. The rule of law is how we, the people, choose to organize ourselves to ensure justice, protect freedoms, and hold power accountable to the people it serves. Across the country, we are seeing the deliberate destruction of our most trusted institutions. How does law enforcement work when rules no longer apply at our highest levels of government? We want our community to be a place where people look out for each other. I have a high degree of admiration for our Nevada County Sheriff's Office, especially under the leadership of Sheriff Moon. I just want to be sure that the office stands by our community and will refuse to be pressured by the federal government into actions that go against the rule of law and our values.
Thank you, Mary. Any other comments, public comments? Any callers?
We do have a caller, Chair.
Okay, let's take the caller.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? Is this the Board of Supervisors?
Go ahead, Matthew.
Hi, lots of chaos going on down here in Grass Valley as usual. Lots of overdoses on fentanyl. We all know that fentanyl comes from China, the precursors that are mixed in Mexico and come north. It's not a secret. It's not, something that hasn't been publicized for many years. we will lose multiple people this weekend, this week in Grass Valley due to this poison. Now, we all want to be concerned about international issues, but this is what's happening locally on a daily basis, and we run out of ambulances. Auburn asked for an ambulance. We can't supply them because they're out. So we have this scourge going on that it has nothing to do with race. It has to do with poison that's coming into our country and basically assimilation of people that don't want to be assimilated because their thing is making money. And I understand you come to America, you get sucked in, you make money. That's what people do. That's what America does. And the easiest way to make money on Americans is to supply their addictions because once you get them hooked, they're hooked. And then you guys make rules and regulations that we're going to deal with it in the Brunswick Basin, we're going to deal with it in downtown, the homeless camps, the fires. All these things are connected. And if you can't see that, in the 4 months I spent in jail, the most difficult people in there were people that were on hold until they were sent off somewhere else. And it's unfortunate, but it's the way it is. They can get away with murder. And if you don't believe it, then you guys are freaking clueless to what's going on in our community and how many people are literally being killed. Killed. And it's unacceptable. So you guys need to deal with local stuff here and on a day-by-day basis, because that's how we're getting eaten up, on a day-by-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments in the boardroom? Okay, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. Any final questions or comments from the board? Oh, no? Okay, then I would like to call for a motion and the second.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Scales and Lieutenant Nell, for your presentation. We appreciate you. All right, we're going to move into department head matters. Item number 21, Community Development Agency Director Tricia Tillotson. There you are, Tricia. This is a resolution accepting the Nevada County Courthouse Highest and Best Use Study. And I'll turn it over to you, and it looks like Kimberly Parker as well.
Thank you, Chair Hall and Board. So I'm going to give a brief introduction. Kimberly's going to add a bit to that, and then we have consultants online who are going to provide a brief presentation, and then we're happy to answer any questions from there if that works. So to start, with the Nevada City Courthouse slated to be vacated in 2031 following the state's decision to construct a replacement building, Nevada County engaged Nelson, an architectural firm, to conduct a highest and best use study to guide future development for the site. Currently, the county shares joint responsibility for the courthouse site with the state, holding a 49% interest. As the county assumes responsibility for the site's future, a coordinated plan developed in collaboration with Nevada City is crucial to help ensure a smooth and timely transition from the courthouse's judicial functions to new uses, while also preventing the building from standing vacant and deteriorating. This study is not a project, nor is a specific project proposed. What it does is identify the highest and best use for the site, looking at a variety of factors, which will help inform next steps. Today, I'm joined by Kimberly Parker, our Economic Development Program Manager, who would like to discuss the community process.
Thank you, Tricia. This study was informed by a steering committee that included Nevada City and Nevada City Chamber, along with county representatives, 2 community meetings, numerous one-on-one meetings between local businesses, special interest groups, and individuals with Nelson, and lastly, a recommendation from the City of Nevada City Council on March 26th that the board approves this study. And of course, Chair Hall, we'd like to thank you for your dedicated effort working on this as well. And now, back to you, Tricia.
Thank you, Kimberly. So with that brief introduction, I'd like to introduce the consultant team, Nelson. Joining us today is David Crote and Dina Belzar to walk us through the study. So David, I'll hand the presentation to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting us. My name is David Crody. I'm an architect with Nelson Worldwide, and we, along with my friend and colleague Dina Belzer here from Strategic Economics, we organized this report that we put together here. So what you're seeing right now, this is the cover sheet for the highest and best use study for the courthouse. And that's sort of a detailed way of just saying that we were looking at when the courts leave the courthouse and the annex building, what should we do to keep that building a part of the community? What should we do so that it doesn't remain vacant? So that's what this report generally is about. It's 257 pages long, and I'm just going to go briefly through sort of the high-level content of it. This is the table of contents. We start off the 257 pages with an executive summary, which sort of will be what I'm going to be covering here today. Then we go into a study overview. We talk about how we developed a vision for what the highest and best use would be. And then we came up with a process, an approach that allowed us to develop this. We went into a market review, and that's what Dina Belzer's firm did. They did a market review with community input. Then my team with Nelson, we did an architectural review. Those two things went hand in hand. We had community meetings along the way just to get feedback from the local community. And then we narrowed down our options from a broad range to a small range. And then that allowed us to evaluate these options, make some key findings, and finally a recommendation. And then tab 10 here going forward is really about next steps for the county and for the building. And then the appendix 11 is just chock full of detailed information. So this is what Dina's firm, Strategic Economics, really did, is that they went in to find out what would be feasible to go into the courthouse and into the annex building. And she started off with her team looking at a very broad range of potential uses. She interviewed community members. We had community meetings to get feedback as to what would fit well with your community from your perspective. So you can see that top list there. We really did look at a broad range of potential uses, and then we feathered it into what the community wanted and what could actually be viable. And so the summary of this basically is that housing was going to be the highest and best use from a market analysis perspective. Now, there is also the community expressed interest in having some community use be part of this particular site. So we took that very seriously. Next slide. Along with the market analysis, we had to look very carefully at the existing site, at the courthouse and the annex building. And just like we did with the market analysis, we took a very broad perspective of this. You can see on the left-hand side, in the upper left-hand, we did a minor intervention. And this was just, how do we renovate these buildings and keep them generally intact? And what does that mean for feasibility? And then we took various levels of that all the way to the right-hand side, just starting with a brand new clean site. And so we expected it to sort of fall somewhere in between, but we really wanted to get a broad range so that we're not leaving any stone unturned. Next slide, please. For each one of these particular options that I just described, we went to pretty good detail, and it's necessary to go to this level of detail in order to provide really a thoughtful sort of approach to this. So by doing a detailed study, it allowed us to come up with how much will it cost to do this particular option? And then how much value, what sort of market value does this approach get? So we're able to come up with, for example, we can come up with a certain number of 2-bedroom apartments, a certain number of studio apartments, and 1-bedroom. And so by having that information, it provides us with a pretty good level for a cost estimate and for a market analysis. And so we took that level of detail to a bunch of the sort of narrowed down options that we studied. Next slide, please. So this is just sort of a diagram that shows how those two work together. The cost being on the right-hand side, you need to take into consideration what the land's going to cost, the hard costs, which is basically the construction costs, the soft costs, that's the cost of doing all these business, And anyone who's going to invest in this, they're not going to do it for zero profit. They need to have a fair return on their investment. So that comes into play and evaluate the feasibility. So the market value on the left needs to be equal to or greater to the cost on the right. So this is the approach that we took in evaluating these from a feasibility perspective. Next slide, please. So you can see these are the 5 options that we really went into some detail for. And you can see the costs being in red and the project value being in that sort of purple blue color. You can see that there was quite a few that just fell out of contention. They just were not feasible. But there were a couple that actually seemed pretty possible. And those were options 4 and 5. It's the reuse of the annex building and or replacing the annex building. Those had market value to them. So we looked at those a little bit more. If you can go to the next slide, please. With that approach and taking into consideration what we were hearing from the community, we took the site and we split it into 2 pieces. The right-hand side being where the annex building is. This is the side that we said had market potential. This could pencil out. And then the left-hand side, the existing courthouse, this should be stabilized and be ready for potential reuse, which with some determination could be put use to a community service, which was a big part of what we were hearing from the community. So it's this sort of split option here. And you can see with that, we had this is those 2 options. A is basically to reuse the annex building, and this would be with some renovations to it. You might want to put a new facade on it, and they call it a skin in my world. You might want to give it a different sort of look and maybe sort of a courtyard space on the inside. And then you stabilize the courthouse on the left, the historic courthouse. So that's option A. Option B, and this isn't a solution here, as we were saying at the beginning. But option B is to demolish the annex building and just build, housing units from scratch. And again, the left-hand side, the historic courthouse, that would be reused, hopefully for community purposes. Next slide, please. Along the way, and we didn't just do this at the end of the project, we did this at the very beginning of the project and got feedback from the community. And Dina's team, they interviewed quite a few members of the business community to understand feasibility. But what we heard from the community was this has to be viable. We can't come up with a pie in the sky option that just isn't going to work. So having a very practical solution was key. Keeping the historic courthouse was important, but not necessary. Feasibility sort of trumped that. They wanted to make sure that the community continued to remain engaged in this process. The community understood that this is just one step in a very long process, and they want to make sure that they have involvement along with each one of these particular steps. And really, the project shouldn't only be about money. It really needs to come back and it helps serve the community as a whole, so it becomes sort of a vibrant piece of the community. And finally, housing was preferred, possibly mixed with another use. So we feel pretty good about the final solution that we came to because it really matched up very well with the community needs and ends up being sort of a viable solution. So that is the report in a nutshell. Again, 257 pages, sort of boiled down to, I don't know how long I spoke, maybe 10 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Tricia, and thanks, David. That was excellent, very succinct and clear to me. But of course, I've been listening to this for many months myself. So I'll turn it to my board members for questions and comments. Supervisor Hook.
Yeah, I haven't been watching this as close as you, Heidi, to be totally honest. So this was an interesting presentation because when I look at the building, I see the challenges. But it is such an amazing old building, right? And I like the idea of what you're looking at with the annex versus keeping the building for community. This is good. This is some good ideas. I think we still have now is to find somebody that wants to do these big projects, possibly. That'll be the challenge with this. So no, thank you for all the people that have been working on this. Your community's been really engaged. And, I mean, it's been an integral part of Nevada City for how many years? Lots. So I don't really have any questions. Like I said, I think the big thing is going to be where do we find the money? That'll be the challenge.
Yeah. Supervisor Swarthout?
Yeah, I agree. Also, in the world of commercial districts, it's changing so rapidly right now. To see the business closures that are happening. Obviously, this is not a business, but it really will affect the downtown business community. So I think the key here with the initial study is flexibility, because I think that a lot could change between now and when the building is actually vacated. The fact that we're being proactive about this versus waiting for the building to be vacated and then say, oh no, what do we do now? I think is really important, and I applaud the county and Nevada City for really partnering up in the community. It's it's obviously an iconic building in Nevada City. We all want to see it be the best, highest use as possible, but I agree. I think the challenges are going to be in finding a developer or some sort of investor who would want to participate in it. So, yeah, I think that this is an important first step.
Yeah, thanks for outlining it. Yeah, I followed the process, and Supervisor Hall, job well done keeping the county involved in that important step with Nevada City. Just one quick question. Was there an interim tenant discussion about how to generate revenue in the meantime, or placing some people or organizations in the annex?
Well, that's a possibility for sure. And so this is really just the first step, just looking at the highest and best use. Between now and 2031, I think there's going to be many conversations that, tackle that very question, is what do we do? There could be an interim point there, like you're saying, with the annex, or we might be ready to go with whatever the board decides that they want to do with the annex. So that could be housing or whatever.
Whatever the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about whatever minimizing the vacant downtime of any of those buildings is critical, I think, in my opinion, just from Supervisor Swarthout mentioned what happens when you see vacancy, and we're seeing it more and more. So, yeah, thanks for the insight.
And I want to just, I'll open public comment in a second, but I want to commend also everyone. This was incredibly collaborative process. I really appreciate our consultants. They did a fantastic job. You obviously brought your years of experience with this sort of thing to bear, but listened very well to the community. I want to applaud the community who came out and shared their views and vision and listened to the presentation. Nevada City has been deeply involved from day one. So have our staff, and I've been involved as well. So really shows what a great product can come out of everybody collaborating and listening and learning together. And it is a future project, but I think this shows also it's very helpful to do this early, because now we have a few years to figure out the financing, if we're going to do housing, how we can make that happen, and then especially for the rest of the courthouse, sort of how are we going to use that and how are we going to make that viable economically as well. So thanks to everybody on that. I'll open up for public comment at this point. Any public comment in the chambers?
I'm Michael Taylor, District 1. I am definitely all for housing. I think we definitely need housing. Part of the presentation that I didn't see was for the parking for all of those new residences. How's that being addressed for the new residences? I would maybe make a suggestion that we do long-term workforce housing on one side, and then maybe short-term housing, hotel or something on the other side, the courthouse side, making it about housing. And again, addressing the parking situation would be a concern. But other than that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? We can address that. David, do you want to address that? Did you hear the question about the parking?
I did. So parking was taken into consideration. We provided ample parking for every unit. That was something that, that this speaker mentioned, and that's exactly what the community said as well. So yes, we did incorporate reasonable parking for each unit.
Thank you. Yep. Any other comments? Any callers?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. It sounds like, Sue, maybe do you have additional comments or questions?
No, we were just talking about the parking underneath, I think, where that could still be utilized, and I just asked if there was a elevator from the downstairs parking, but that would all be incorporated. I'm intrigued. I think that this could really be creative. I could see an artist lofts and I just think there could be some really interesting ideas in the next few years as it comes up. Finding the investor and how we do it. Yeah, no, you guys, well done. Thank you. This has been very interesting.
Okay, answered all our questions, it sounds like, David and Dina and Tricia and Kimberly. So I will look for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution to accept this study.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second.
Thank you. District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks for dialing in, and thanks for everybody for their work on this. See you. Okay, do we need another break, folks? Are you guys good to continue? Good to continue? Okay, all right. Then we're going to move into our next item, for the Craig Griesbach, presentation on the voter opinion survey and Truckee Library's JPA's formation of a community facilities district for the purpose of placing a ballot measure on the November 2025 special election in Eastern Nevada County to generate partial funding for a new Truckee Regional Library. And Mandy, I see you there as well. And I'll kick it over to one of the two of you, Mandy or Craig. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the board. Craig Griesbach, your Director of Information and General Services. I'm joined this morning by Mandy Stewart, who you mentioned, who is an administrative analyst with your board and CEO's office, and is really continuing to play a primary role in this overall effort for the Truckee Library project. We're also joined this morning by our board member Kathleen Egan and Executive Director April Cole, with the Friends of the Truckee Library, who have also been critical partners in this overall effort. We also have project consultants online and available, including polling consultant Charles Heath with Team Civics, special tax consultant Susan Goodwin with Goodwin Consulting, and Kristen Lowell with KLI Inc. And last but not least, bond counsel Lawrence Chen with Stradling. At your board's January workshop, you heard a holistic update regarding the Truckee Library project efforts. The item that you have before you today is a presentation regarding the voter opinion survey and the Truckee Library JPA's potential formation of the Community Facilities District for the purposes of placing a Truckee area ballot measure on the November 2025 special election. The measure in the Truckee area, if passed, would provide partial funding for the new Truckee Library project. For your presentation today, we will review the timeline of your overall project efforts, provide an overview of the polling results, review considerations, and wrap up with a staff's recommendation. I'd now like to hand that off to Mandy to provide an overview of the project timeline and the polling results. Mandy.
Thanks, Craig. Honorable Supervisors, my name is Mandy Stewart, and I serve as an analyst for your office as well as the County Executive Office. I'm excited to be here today to give you an update on this library project that we have brought forward several times over the last couple years, remind you of the conversations that we've had, and also outline our steps to move forward. So in front of you on the slide is a timeline that you have seen before, and I just want to take a moment to ground everyone in the history of this timeline, and again, looking forward what we will do next if you provide policy direction to do so. The formation of the Truckee Library Joint Powers Authority, which serves as a governing body for this project, was approved by your board in January of 2024. The initial members of that JPA were the town of Truckee and the Nevada County. Subsequently, our partners in Placer County joined the JPA as a non-voting member in October of 2024. Staff also presented at your January 2025 board workshop and shared with you the critical milestone, I should say the next critical milestone in the project, which was public opinion polling for the pending measure. Team Civics completed that polling in February, and those results will be shared with you over the next few slides. In March of 2025, the JPA board reviewed the results of the polling and also heard about the pending bond campaign, which will be brought forward by our partners, the Friends of the Truckee Library. Given the information shared, the JPA board directed staff to come to the respective governing bodies to seek policy direction to continue to move forward with CFD formation, and this is why we are here today. As some of you probably know, a CFD has a defined boundary for the area that it covers. The boundary area for the revenue measure has been identified as the boundary which encompasses the Truckee Fire Protection District and the North Star Community Services District. You can see that outline in the image in front of you on the map. The Truckee Library JPA has selected this boundary as it is believed to be the service area for the new library. No constituents in West County will be presented with the opportunity to vote on funding for this project. As shared, public opinion polling was completed by Team Civics in February of 2025. The comprehensive results are included in your board packet for today's meetings for your review. The results of the initial ballot test in front of you on this slide show the responses for the simply asked question of, would you be willing to pay 5 cents per building square foot to construct and maintain a modern library in Truckee? And the results showed about 50% of the respondents were likely to vote yes. Given price and tax sensitivity, the polling consultants then asked the respondents how they would be willing to support the tax at lower price points. As you can see in front of you, when the levy lowered from 5 cents per building square foot to 2 cents per building square foot, the likely support increased from 50% to 55%. Given that a special revenue measure requires 2/3 voter support to pass, a well-executed bond campaign will be required to increase support from 55% to 66.7%. Our partners in this project, the Friends of the Truckee Library, are here with us today to share the details and plan for the pending bond campaign, including how they see a path forward to a successful measure in November. And with that, I will turn it over to Kath and April.
All right. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Chair Hall and members of the board. First, I want to start by just saying thank you for your catalyst gift of $1 million to kick off this project. That substantial investment provided the momentum needed to propel this project forward. That's allowed us to achieve the critical milestones which Mandy touched on just earlier. The establishment of the Truckee Library JPA, bringing together regional partners committed to the success of this initiative. Additionally, we were able to secure the expertise of leading architectural firms, JKAE and Group 4, who have since completed schematic designs that reflect the needs of our community. And through the exceptional leadership of Nevada County staff, we have achieved the other additional milestone, which Mandy mentioned, which is the addition of Placer County to the Truckee Library JPA, which further strengthens the regional collaboration of this initiative. What I don't have on here, oh, it's been added. Your commitment actually recently inspired an early $1 million gift from a private donor who specifically noted that the collaboration was inspirational and that is why they feel that this project is worth investing in early. Beyond these outcomes achieved, I really want to touch on this partnership and how it has been a model of collaboration in its purest form. The way Nevada County, the town of Truckee, and all of our partners have worked together with mutual respect, open communication, and a shared vision has been nothing short of extraordinary. The trust, dedication of this team have been the driving force behind our progress, proving that when the right people come together, we can accomplish something truly transformational for our community. I personally am incredibly grateful for the opportunity to work with the Nevada County staff and the town of Truckee staff in making really big things happen. Next, I'd like to touch on that with the foundation of this collaborative partnership in place, it's time to focus now on how we can execute winning a bond measure campaign. I'd like to say that the Friends of the Truckee Library and the Library Bond Measure Committee are fully prepared, and we will be successful. You should hear from, in a moment, Charles Heath of CivX, who is a campaign strategist well known within the Truckee community for engaging with successful bond measure campaigns. Charles Heath himself has said that he believes that a bond measure can be successful with a well-funded and well-executed campaign. That is what I'm here to touch on, is how Friends of the Truckee Library and our Library Bond Measure Committee is ready to engage in a well-funded and well-executed campaign. Our Bond Measure Committee is not just any campaign team. It is composed of 16 leaders, 10 of which who have direct experience with passing local bond measures for either libraries, education, or Truckee-specific initiatives. These individuals know how to navigate the complexities of voter engagement, messaging, and advocacy. Even in cases where early polling was unfavorable, members of this team have secured victories through strategic, well-executed campaigns, and that's what we intend to do here. The financial support to back this effort is already in motion. We are confident in our ability to raise $100,000 for the campaign, with identified donors making this goal achievable. We will use a portion of these funds to hire campaign strategist CivX to ensure our strategy is disciplined, targeted, and effective. And with this level of expertise, preparation, committed volunteers, and a plan to not just engage in a campaign, but to go above and beyond, we are in the strongest possible position to obtain voter approval. In addition to the campaign efforts, Friends of the Truckee Library has taken a proactive approach in securing financial commitments and investments to build towards the success and sustainability of the new Truckee Regional Library. To date, Friends of the Truckee Library has invested over $965,000 in shared design costs, feasibility studies, and community engagement initiatives. Our capital campaign goal is set at $10 million, and a feasibility study conducted in 2024 has demonstrated potential to raise between $7 and $12 million. Already, we have secured a $1 million pledge with an additional $450,000 in commitments, reflecting strong donor confidence. Beyond private philanthropy, the Friends of the Truckee Library is also pursuing $10 million in foundation and grant funding, with 32 potential funding partners already identified, with about $8 million in prospective contributions. Furthermore, we are exploring the establishment of a dedicated foundation to provide long-term operational support, ensuring the sustainability of the new library beyond its construction. As we move forward, we remain committed to aligning our efforts with the broader community initiatives, including the renewal of Measure A, which is expected to be in 2028. We understand that is crucial for maintaining county-wide library services. I'd like to acknowledge that securing operational funding for the new Truckee Library remains an essential next step. And while I do not have all the answers today, we are committed to continuing our collaborative work to identify and secure sustainable funding solutions. As I mentioned before, the Friends of the Truckee Library's plan to establish a foundation is one of the ways in which we look to explore to offer that sustainability. I'd like to close with this. The progress that we have made is a direct result of the leadership, collaboration, and investment from Nevada County, the town of Truckee, and our dedicated community partners. This progress represents not just the construction of a new library, but a transformational investment in our community's future. and truly look forward to continuing this journey together, ensuring that the new Truckee Library becomes a lasting asset for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, April. Appreciate it. Team Civics has completed numerous polling surveys for various initiatives in and around the Truckee area over the last several years. They've seen firsthand how a potential tax that has been seen as lower in the polling has been able to actually pass once it goes to the voters, with a condition that is a well-run and well-executed campaign. Based on their review, they believed, as April mentioned, that the measure could be feasible this November. As mentioned earlier, Charles Heath is online and available to your board if you have questions following our presentation. Looking at some of the history of polling and measure outcomes in prior years, there have been several measures that have performed higher than initial polling, specifically in the Truckee area. The Measure R example in 2014 is the most analogous to this effort, since it was in a lower turnout primary election and added 11 points in support, which was largely influenced turnout through a strong campaign. Another important consideration for this project is other upcoming potential competing ballot measures, as April mentioned as well. This project team is committed to not competing with any other highly important revenue measures such as Measure A, as that supports our county library system and associated community services. Essentially, this is about 82% of our current fiscal year budget for library services in the community. Several of these other measures are up for renewal starting in 2026, and therefore we would need to act now in order to not compete with these other measures. Mandy shared a high-level timeline of the overall project with you earlier at the start of the presentation, and this slide focuses on the timeline for next steps in a bit more granular way to the CFD formation and the special election if your board so chooses that direction. The steps required to form the CFD are outlined in the Mello-Roos law, leaving a little opportunity to flex this timeline if we want to elevate this to an election in November. As your board knows, you allocated $1 million toward the project during your board's 2023 annual workshop. In October of 2024, your board approved a resolution formally transferring $150,000 to the Truckee Library JPA to support related activities specifically for securing financing for the new Truckee Library. The town of Truckee followed suit in allocating $150,000 for securing financing for this project as well. This table outlines the estimated cost of items intended to pay out of the JPA if your board chooses to move forward with a CFD formation. The estimated currently totals $106,250 in cost specifically to the county for CFD formation and placing a measure on the November ballot. For clarification for your board, this amount of funding has already been set aside, and there is no anticipated additional funding or resource requests at this time to be able to make this happen. While the initial polling results present challenges, obviously, for this project moving forward, through a strong campaign led by the Friends of the Truckee Library, Team Civics professional recommendation, and coupled by the Truckee Library's JPA's board recommendation on March 19th, staff is recommending taking the steps necessary to bring forward the specific Eastern County measure to the Truckee area voters in November. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and we'd be more than happy to answer any questions your board may have.
Thank you for that very thorough presentation. That was very helpful. I'm going to turn it directly over to Supervisor Bullock to ask any questions or make any comments.
Comments, questions, both. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have the benefit of following along and being part of the team that's worked on this for going on 4 years, 4.5 or so. Yeah, and just want to thank the Friends of the Truckee Library for the amount of community support and energy and money and commitment and contributions you've brought to the table. It's just incredible to see that. I don't have any questions really. When the bond polling results came out, I met with April to try and sit down and really understand the mechanics behind how we're going to get from the bond polling results at current. Okay, I'm going to change that permanently. We'll glue this down. how we get from the bond polling results at the present position, and then how we get to a voter-approved measure to fund this library. I used kind of 3 data points. One of them is meeting with April and her personal testimony and commitment to making that happen. The other one is our staff, Mandy's commitment, Craig's commitment, and the dedicated commitment of the board to support the project. We've already kind of made that commitment with the $1 million contribution. And then staff's recommendation, the acumen you brought to bear with Mandy's previous history related to public community financing, and bringing that acumen to kind of bear on all this with the staff recommendation. And then finally, I guess that's 4, but Charles Heath and his direct recommendation to accept the plan developed to meet, match, and create the resources required to bring a bond measure to successful completion with a majority and get it passed. So I'm 100% in. I think it's the right thing to do. The staff report and a lot of the supporting material outlines the reasons why. It's timely, it's ripe for decision. There's competing bond measures coming out in the future. The rising cost of construction, which we're not talking about that today, but that's something I think that's looming for all of us. And the community momentum and the inertia developed in our community right now. If you ask people if they understand what's going on at the library, everybody in that area will say yes. I also wanted to comment briefly, and then I'll be quiet, but Placer County's commitment to this project has been a huge lift for our staff and for me personally, and I spent a lot of time coordinating with our colleagues on the Placer County Board, and I'm proud that they've stood up to support it. So between our staff, Nevada County, Placer County, and the town of Truckee, there's a lot of intellectual horsepower there, and I trust the people that we've worked with for many, many years. So with that, I'm 100% supportive.
Thank you. And before I move on, I just want to clarify for myself and the board that our action today is simply to accept the presentation. We're not taking any vote on whether they'll go out to do a bond measure. So I just want to make that really clear. Rob, do you have any questions or comments? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Kids?
No, Chair Hall. The action today is simply to accept the presentation. Again, the JPA, while voted to join by this board, is an independent local agency, just like any other special district.
And they will be the ones making that decision.
They will be the ones making that decision.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, thank you. Okay.
Thank you for that. I had a quick question on the sort of pie, excuse me, pie chart you had. I don't know if you'd call that up, where it has the polling results.
Krista, do you mind putting the slides back up? Thank you. And we also have Charles Heath, who ran the polling efforts, and so he is really the expert in the room and can.
Okay, as they pull it up, my question is, on the pie chart, it shows 50% yes and 42% on the no side. But then if you go to the tax threshold breakdown, those look a little different. Yeah, okay, so there we got 50 and 42. And now if you go to the next slide.
Supervisor Tucker, I'm guessing that your question is based on the size of the levy. So the initial polling question was framed as 5 cents per building square foot. And this tax threshold outlines lower price levies that could be put forward, and that's when we see the increase in support.
Okay, so the pie chart was basically an average or cumulative.
It was just the initial out-of-the-gate question of if this were the language put forward to the voters, what would their support be? And then the polling consultants go through the exercise of trying to drill down and find more clarity and details within those efforts to see if there's a sweet spot for support.
Okay, thank you for that. Then my other question is, so are we suggesting, is the county going to be spending money on advocating for this tax?
No, Supervisor Tucker. Obviously, the county, we are impartial and we are not involved in any advocacy for any measures or anything like that. No.
Okay, well, thanks for coming for that. Didn't sound impartial with all the voices here. Not that I'm anti-library, that's like being anti-puppy dogs or anti-Santa Claus.
Chair Hall, if I could, just to clarify, again, this is the partnership with the Friends of the Library. Originally, when we started the whole JPA, they wanted to actually be part of the JPA, and then they would be part of the local agency. Nonprofits are not allowed to be joining us in the JPA, and that is they are the fundraising arm. They are the ones that will do the advertising for this. The JPA itself is not permitted to advocate on behalf of the bond itself.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. I think from my standpoint, I know people are still, there's controversy over Measure V and whether staff time was used for that and staff money. So it kind of hits home with me just to make sure that I feel like, once again, I think it's great what you guys are doing. I think who wouldn't be against a library, but I think it needs to be driven by the community, by that group. And I do have a problem with county funds being used to advocate for a tax, particularly when this poll was just for the residents up there that obviously are going to benefit from it. If we were to look at the entire county, I would guess the approval rating is in the low, 20%. But I recognize the right of the residents to vote on it. I just don't think it should be influenced by using county dollars. If for no other reason, let's say half of them are opposed to it, if we're spending money to advocate for it, I'm just going to, so it makes me feel better that you're saying that's not happening. But I love the community stepping up, the private donors. The cooperation with Placer County is awesome because obviously they benefit from it too. So I'll look forward to following this. So I appreciate all your time.
Supervisor Tucker, if I can just add one thing. When you mentioned that the balance of the county may not support it, I just want to be clear that when it goes to the voters, the balance of the county will not be impacted anyway. It's just a Truckee area specific measure.
Yeah, and my only point there was tax dollars are collected from the entire county. So if my tax dollars in South Nevada County are being used to advocate for this, I would have an issue. But yes, I totally agree. The fact that they're voting on it, they'll have the right to voice whether they support it or not. And that's the way the process works. So,
great,
thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. And let's just clarify this again. You raised an important point going back to Measure V. I'll ask Kit to weigh in just a minute, but I just want to say it in plain language the way I understand it, and then you correct me if I'm wrong, that the county, on measures like this, the county has an obligation to inform people. We have an obligation to give them information. We are not allowed to advocate. There is a fine line, but it's a distinct line. Kit, did I say that correctly?
You did, but in this situation, it's even more specific. It's the JPA that's moving forward, which is, it's a local agency, just like the city of Grass Valley is a local agency. So it's a separate and distinct entity. And I just want to remind, this is not just, again, Placer is part of this JPA, so it's using some of their area. The community, doing the CFD is to distinguish the area that would benefit from this and the area that would support this, and those would be the only dollars going towards this. No dollars would be pulled from the county or the city. And I also would like to say that one of the other things is the monies that were donated or given by the county, again, we have to do something that's in the public good. So the monies that were given were not to advocate or anything else, but just to see if this was a viable option, get the experts to advise the JPA in terms of how to move this forward. And again, with tremendous support and not only in time, but financially from the Friends of the Library. So this has been a long-term project.
Thank you for that, Kit. I just have one quick follow-up. So I'm looking at the estimated CFD formation and special election costs slide, and it has a breakdown, and it talks about a line item, polling consultant for $54,000. And I assume the county is paying a portion of that because down below it shows the county and the town costs of $159,000 each. Sorry, I'm directing to you, Kit. I should direct it to them. So if we've got, the estimated CFD formation and special election costs.
Can you bring up the slide with the tabular data, please? Right
There we go. So the $54,000 that's being paid to the consultant, is that coming from from county funds?
So
And I
it's-
guess my follow-up, where I'm going with that is, I appreciate the work that they're doing, but it did sound like they were advocating for it in that they were talking about, this is how we can get it passed, this is how we can massage it. So I just want to clarify on that. It looks like the county's paying $54,000 to a polling consultant, which I get, I understand part of that is the survey, which is probably needed, but it seemed like they were, if it's the same firm, if I'm understanding correctly, that would then be advocating and trying to get this passed. Which, like I said, I'm not saying is a bad thing one way or the other, but that seems to contradict what we just kind of heard.
So Supervisor Tucker, the initial, all of these costs you see before you are borne by the town of Truckee and the county. And this was for initial polling and the work that was completed by Team Civics and that team. So this was partially paid by the county because it was part of that budget.
I see,
I
hold on. I
just-
see that Kit wanting to clarify again.
And apologies to Mr. Griesbach, he actually came on just recently, but these monies were given to the JPA by the county, and the town gave money, et cetera. Those monies are held absolutely distinctly in the account of the JPA. Again, they are their own local agency. So those monies are separate, just like the county holds monies for all sorts of special districts. So it's held by the county, but it is actually the JPA funds. And I think April wanted to address this as well in terms of, we have been very clear in terms of going forward, in terms of not advocating on behalf of. So I think April wanted to jump in, so I'm going to.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question and one that we've been very cognizant of in all of our discussions in the advocacy piece of this campaign and the responsibility and how it's split specifically with donor dollars and with taxpayer dollars. So it's a very good distinction that we need to make. The $54,000 for the bond polling is completely separate. That's a contract that's held, I believe, with the JPA. That we intend, the Friends of the Truckee Library, and actually we're going to get a little bit more complicated, but we are establishing a 501c4, which would be separate, doing separate fundraising entirely of $100,000 is our goal to advocate for this campaign. With that budget of $100,000, which we are fundraising separately to our 501c4, we intend to engage in a contract with Charles Heath for campaign strategy because he has an awareness. He has done the polling. He has done campaign strategy in Truckee, and he has seen success. So that would be completely separate dollars that would be raised separate to a separate 501c4, completely outside of this table.
And I won't waste any more time. I would just encourage you to communicate that and maybe focus on public outreach, because I know in a lot of these, that's part of the problem is people are resistant to it from the start, because I have those same questions, and I think a lot of people do. So the process you're describing, I think a lot more people could get on board and wouldn't be resistant to it from the start if they knew that, just because sometimes that's not clear. And even in this presentation, I feel like there was a little gray area, but it's been explained now. So I would just encourage you to really communicate that to the constituents, and hopefully you'll succeed in your endeavors.
Hardy, you wanted to respond?
Yeah. Supervisor Tucker, thanks for the question. I just wanted to be clear, just from following the process for many years. When I advocated initially for the $1 million with my colleagues on the board and supporting that was really for the kind of the overarching community goal of building a regional library. And I really see the piece now and the support of staff giving us the polling data and having Charles Heath, the contribution of the money to the JPA to do the polling is understanding the viability of a tax measure, keeping the board and the county from spending additional funds on something that wouldn't be viable. So in my opinion, the data that's coming forward is really all in the spirit of trying to understand the viability of a tax measure. We are at this precipitous decision point of trying to understand to go forward, preventing the county from spending further dollars on something that may fail. So in my opinion, it's money well spent, and it is the exit, it's kind of the off-ramp, if you will, for the county's involvement in not advocating, but being involved in the decision to bring something to the voters for voter approval. That's my opinion. I think that that's where I land with this because I do understand your concern. I would make note, and I'm going to ask Kit to clarify a little bit, that as an independent elected official, I can raise my hand and support anything I want.
That's correct.
Yeah, voter measures, bond measures, taxation, the whole deal. And
Right,
so-
you just can't use the county
County,
resources
yes.
to do that.
Understood very well, seeing that come and go across our desk. That was my point, and I just see it as a viability and a measure of viability so that we can understand, are we spending taxpayer dollars wisely, moving from this point in space forward? And in my opinion, that's yes.
Okay, thank you for those questions and the clarifications. That's very helpful. I'm going to, colleagues, Supervisor Hook, any questions?
No questions, but it's pretty exciting where we started from nothing to where we are. So kudos to you all. I do have one little question. So because it's Placer and Nevada, we have to run 2 separate ballots? So you have to run 2 elections. Oh, okay. Yeah, darn. Right on. I figured. But thanks again for the work.
Okay, Supervisor Swarthout, no questions? I just have one, and I can't point you to a slide, but when I did look at the polling data, I'm not sure who I'm directing this to, probably April, you. And when I looked at the polling data, it did look like that when they posed the proposition that if they went out and just went out for the library, and including its use for a disaster recovery center, that the approval ratings went higher. Yet it doesn't look like that's what you're intending to do. Can you just tell me why?
We do intend to use the library as a community resource center. So we've been working with, through extensive community outreach, both in general public, but also with stakeholders. One of the priorities identified by the town of Truckee, particularly the town of Truckee Office of Emergency Services, is the need for a space that can be used as a community resource center, particularly with backup power, permanent, which is ADA accessible. We do not have that in Truckee. So the design of the library was made with that in mind and that use in mind. The messaging for the campaign, we will need to be very clear on the intent to use it that way and the development of the design to have it be used in that way. It's not just backup power, but we have significant smoke events, so being able to have space for our community with HVAC utilized as needed, our energizing events, which we have, that are often multi-days, and also the hotter days that we're getting, where many of the spaces in Truckee don't have air conditioning. So the space in mind, and particularly the larger community area, so we have library space and then a community meeting room, which can hold up to 300 people in its design, was designed with the intent to use it as a community resource center.
Great, thanks for clarifying that. That wasn't obvious to me, and that would be a huge enhancement to the project as well, so thank you.
Real follow-up. So when you do that, you know that means that you have to allow everybody in, like indigent people, homeless people. And you're prepared for that, to have that be the use under emergency events?
Yes, we still need to develop more of the operations piece, and that is not something that the Friends of the Truckee Library should speak to specifically. I'd like to probably address that to Nevada County. But I believe with collaboration and continued development, as we work on how the operations piece will work, we are in agreement that this will be utilized as a community resource center. And so being able to understand what that means in terms of operations, the timing of the library, hours opened, how that works. And I would assume that we would lean heavily on what Madeline Helling Library is doing now. They often use it particularly as a cooling center on really hot days. It's not just in catastrophic emergency events.
So I just would add, I think for our staff's perspective, is it would be really important for Nevada County to identify exactly what that looks like. Because I just know, having been involved in Grass Valley a little bit, there sometimes is issues about who is allowed to use it and how it can be utilized. So I just want to make sure that it's very clear the population of people who would be allowed to use that facility under any sort of a disaster situation.
Yeah, Supervisor Swarthout, this isn't different than how we use our libraries and vets halls currently. We use them for resource centers during emergencies and things like that. So it'd be consistent with what we do for services throughout the entire community.
Okay. Did you want to say something more?
Yeah, Chair Hall, just want to clarify with you, based on the staff report, it is accept the presentation, but also we are looking for some policy direction from your board on supporting moving forward with the formation of the CFD that ultimately the JPA will be voting on likely later this month.
Okay, understood. I'm going to now open this up to public comments.
Hi, Linda Chaplin. I haven't been at a board meeting here for quite a while. And I'm here just by chance, but it's a topic I'm very interested in. I've been spending the last 10 years quite a bit on the east side, Highway 80, 395 corridor, specifically Inyo County. And I have a reasonable idea of what library services are available on the east side, and there's a struggle. And I'm happy to hear that Truckee is trying to invest in a modern facility. It's another node on the literacy hub, and that's what the east side needs. Right now, a lot of communities are having libraries in portables or on a school campus. And between Minden, Nevada, and probably Bishop, California, there isn't really a whole lot out there because it's a big geographic area with a small amount of people. So the more you can do to create a modern facility that advocates for community services, a place for people to gather, conference room, literacy programs, that's bringing education and information to the east side, which does struggle with those issues. So I would like to encourage you to think about those things too. It's also a place for visitors to come and access Wi-Fi, ask questions about the area. So it's not just the people of Truckee. It's a regional information center, and it also serves visitors, and that's another feather in your cap. If you have somebody's visiting from overseas, out of town, San Francisco, if they can find a comfortable place in a newer library, that will look good for Nevada County. And I'm also excited to hear that Placer County wants to join in and help make this thing a reality. So my hat's off to Friends of the Library. I think they're an important group, and I hope this project goes forward.
Thank you, Linda.
Michael Taylor, District 1. I think at the workshop in 2023, when this library came up for topic, I think then I made a suggestion that we look at our libraries as being resource centers. And I would encourage you guys to ask staff to clarify for example, staffing for a warm center, or staffing for a cooling center, or staffing for an emergency system. I mean, it seems to me there's a big, it's not clear how that's going to happen, as well as it sounds like it needs to happen, or the community wants it to happen, that it's more than just a library. It's a multi-use building for multiple options for the county to deal with other requirements for the county for that area, with either mental health, homeless, just that it's being addressed and it's being clarified who's paying for it, how it's being paid for, I definitely think it would be smart to have a multi-use, multi-center, safe place for the community after hours at the library for multiple different reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anybody calling in?
We do have a caller.
Okay, let's take the caller.
Hi, this is Matthew Coulter, West Slope of Nevada County currently. And that is a question I have. The presenter mentioned that West Coast people or West Slope people don't get to comment on this. And I find that odd if money is going from this side to that side. If Truckee was giving the West Slope $1 million, I think they'd want to know where it was going and have some input on it. I'm fully in support of the library up there now. Yeah, it's definitely not ADA. It's like it's in a house, it's in a small old house. Our local libraries here in Grass Valley, Nevada City, desperate maintenance, a lot of deferred maintenance. The historic buildings, including the historic library by the courthouse. And I hope when we talk about libraries, we include all the libraries as one thing, because one library doesn't have everything. For example, I want a book. I have to go to Nevada City because Grass Valley can't bring it over from Nevada City because there's only one copy and it's got to stay in Nevada City. So there's a lot of lap over. And the last thing I'll say on this is the libraries and the public transportation system are the two most dangerous things I do in my life. And that's just due to it kind of being a dumping ground for a lot of the homeless. When it's raining, they have no place to go, and they're told to either ride the bus or go to the library. Those are the two de facto things. And the amount of police calls to those places are immense. And I'm hoping that Truckee Police will be handling this and not NCSO jurisdictionally, because it does take a lot of manpower for these library calls. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. Any final questions, comments? Okay, then I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the presentation and for us to be moving forward.
I would move to accept the presentation and give direction to staff to form the CFDA.
I'll second that.
Okay. This is a voice vote, so all in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone say any nays? Any abstentions? Okay, very good. Thanks, everybody, for the presentation. Thanks to the consultants for coming on with us. All right, we're running a tiny bit late, so I'm going to move forward. Rachel Pena, thank you. We're going to move into a resolution proclaiming April 7 through 11 as Eligibility and Employment Week in Nevada County.
Good morning, Chair Hall and honorable members of the board. I'm Rachel Pena, your Director of Social Services. I am so pleased to introduce this item. This is our third annual Eligibility and Employment Appreciation Week. With me today are Tamron Cook and Kristen Plant, the program managers responsible for this tradition and for the incredible program that they run. As you likely know, we are facing some very uncertain times right now with federal cuts to CalFresh, CalWorks, Medi-Cal, and housing programs. Cuts at the VA have already impacted many local veterans and their families, meaning that we will see more of them in eligibility and employment as well. With all of this uncertainty, many of our most vulnerable citizens and many lower income working families and more local veterans will be calling us worried, frightened, angry, and looking for solutions. Our eligibility and employment staff will be the first voice that they hear, the first face that they see. They meet our customers with grace, compassion, and a deep sense of responsibility for solutions to help Nevada County residents find jobs, get medical care, find and maintain housing, and put food on their tables. I am so proud of this team. and so excited to share some of the success. And so I'm going to turn it over to Kristen and Tamron to really talk about how amazing their staff are. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks, Rachel. Good morning, Chair Hall, members of the board. We're very excited to be here today to share the value and the commitment that our team brings to our community every day and the excellent service that they provide. Nevada County eligibility employment workers tirelessly help the citizens of Nevada County with a wide array of services. They administer public assistance programs that reduce food insecurity, strengthen health outcomes, provide safety and security, and develop valuable workplace skills to support our local families and assist them towards self-sufficiency. We'd like to highlight some of our team's our biggest accomplishments in this past year. We've issued over $39 million of federal and state funding that were spent here supporting our local economy through state and federal funds. We've expanded program access through satellite offices, home visits, and technology, as well as collaborated and participated in multiple outreach events across the county, both western and eastern, to bring awareness to the programs that we have, as well as to connect with the community, thus bringing services to where our people are. We've provided 16,560 individuals with CalFresh or food benefits. We've provided 32,821 individuals with health care coverage through the Medi-Cal program, and we've supported 55 families with permanent housing and 40 with supportive housing in this past year with our housing support program.
Our team maintains a high standard of ethics and service by delivering supports through the lens of our heart's values. That includes heart-centered, excellence, adaptability, responsibility, teamwork, service, and my personal favorite, fun, which includes gratitude and appreciation, which we're going to share here on our next slide. So this is just a sample of gratitude that's shared by our customers with our staff, and we often receive these same types of acts of appreciation. Our team, leaning into that value of fun, we like to share this appreciation with each other. We feel that it's really important for us to share this because we are all responsible. We couldn't do this job without every single person in our building. As an example of that, just last week, one of our team members shared that they had received a phone call from a past customer whose sole reason to call us was just to say that to share their successes, to say how great they're doing now, and wanting to share their appreciation with us for our support. Some other standouts is a customer who sends us a thank you card in the mail multiple times throughout the year. At Christmas time, we had a father come by offering to give our staff Christmas trees because he wanted to thank us for helping his family get through a tough time. And finally, last month, we had a customer that was so appreciative that they danced in the middle of their interview. And because we meet our customers where they're at and love to treat everybody with dignity and respect, our staff member danced with them. So as you can tell, our staff is very extraordinary, and we have the best customers. And so we just wanted to thank you for giving us the opportunity to highlight our staff today, and then also for you sharing your own appreciation by proclaiming this week Eligibility and Employment Week. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. This is so helpful to remind people, this is an essential part of what counties do. We provide services to the most vulnerable. We help get them eligibility to food, access to Medi-Cal. These are life-saving services. It is what counties do, and they're expected to do it with funds that come down from the state and the federal government. So when those funds get cut, we're still expected to provide these services, but we won't have the funds to do that. So I want to just express my great appreciation to you for the incredibly heartfelt and life-saving work you do, and thank you for rolling with the uncertainty that we are all living with right now. Let's proclaim this this week and remind people that we're here, excuse me, we're here to help them, and we intend to remain here to help them. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to make comments. Lisa, you want to start? Yeah.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for all that you do. What you do is not easy work. Oftentimes, you are meeting people at the worst moment of their life, and having witnessed firsthand last year at the fire that was in downtown Grass Valley, and your staff showing up and treating people with dignity and respect, and they were scared. They didn't know what their next moves were. Your team stayed with the group until they all had a place to go that evening. And that really showed to me how valuable the work that you do here, how important it is. And, I think you're 100% right. We're taking resources away right now from our most vulnerable people, but I believe that myself and my colleagues up here will make sure that your services are still provided in this county, because it is really important. And until we kind of have a little bit more certainty on what's going to happen at the federal and state level, I applaud you for keeping it all together. So thanks for all that you do, and look forward to seeing what your next steps are. And I think we've had a lot of great successes in our community helping people get off of social services. The work that you do, the whole intent is not just to maintain a level of living for people, but it's actually to help lift people up and have them succeed in the future. And I know when years ago I did the community, I always forget the name of it, the leadership group that you guys do here at the county before I got into the Board of Supervisors, and the Director of Social Services at the time said, what we do is economic development. And then he made his case for how we help people reassimilate into the community, get jobs, be able to have income so that they can purchase things and goods and services. So it's full circle. So again, thanks for all that you do. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, no questions. Just, I love that you work every day with the lens through your hearts. It's very special. I think that is something that makes your unit so incredibly successful. And when you read those little letters, they just touch you, don't they? I mean, because you are making a huge difference. So thank you for that. I think you ought to all celebrate this week and every day for what you all do. And I think we're lucky to have this part of our community and part of our county that does this. So Rachel, to your whole team too, like you guys put together an incredible group. And so I celebrate you all week and every day. And I again, thank you for what you do in this community, because it lifts people up and it gets people moving ahead. Like I said, I think what Lisa just said too, it's not just about staying where you are. It's about those winning moments. And that's like the guy that came with the trees, right? That you are making that kind of difference, and that's what we're all about. So thank you so very, very much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
Thank you. I always like this presentation, and I know you guys probably have some tough days where you have to balance the needs of somebody who's really has a lot on their plate. So thank you for sticking with it. Being in government service in that particular line of work can be trying and taxing, and so I just want to give you guys all the support we can and say thank you. I was just going to highlight, just as Chair Hall was mentioning, the numbers in our county, and I'm going to round them up so you can feel free to jump in, but like 1 in 4 people are receiving benefits, some sort of core service benefits from the county, right? And I think food insecurity is up in the 29,000 people, so that's, every 4th house on a block. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of core service offering that we're providing for. The other piece I would mention is that the work component of getting people back to work is not only helping them, but it gives them a sense of self-worth and contribution and productivity, and it's one of those kind of life force building things that you guys do to get people back into the workforce, which develops our economy and provides people with a job. I just want to mention at NACO, National Association of Counties, there's, 3,058 counties in the nation? Something close to 3,000 counties. And I was in an HHSA meeting where we were talking about cuts to core service programs like this, and it was across the board, every county in America is concerned about how this is going to be handled. And one of the statistics that I want to bring forward and share with you that was forwarded to me is the top 10 rural counties with the highest gap between SNAP benefit, what we pay, versus the cost of a moderately priced meal. This is across the entire nation. Nevada County is number 6. We're 6th after Teton County, Idaho, Dukes County, Massachusetts, Nantucket County, Lincoln County, and Teton County, Wyoming. So that says something. I mean, there's a huge disparity in between what it takes to pay for a meal versus what benefit we give to people. So I want to remember that when we're trying to help people in our community, because those who need us most are, they're relying on us, and whether that is paid for by the feds or the state, it comes back to us as people up here. So thanks for the work you do.
Yeah, I think my colleagues said it very, very well. And my first job out of college was actually with what was Golden Sierra Job Training Agency and their youth employment training program. So, I mean, I won't tell you how long ago that was, but I saw firsthand, and looking back, that was probably one of the most fulfilling jobs I ever had, working with the people that you work with. So, yeah, nothing to add. Just thank you for the blessing you are to the community.
It's wonderful, thank you. Can I say one more
right.
thing? Chair Hall, sorry.
Yes.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yep.
I wanted to highlight from a few of your comments, one, that yes, a number of us, I would say close to a third of our staff have been past recipients of benefits, and are now, full working members of our community. And that, I think, is a big part of how we're able to be as compassionate and responsive to our community as we are. So I think that's one thing that's really important, that that huge focus on self-sufficiency is there, and a deep understanding that we're all a couple of paychecks away from needing help, right? And then the other thing I wanted to say, sort of in response to the last, to a constituent comment, is that the way that cooling centers and emergency shelters and warming centers are staffed is through this team. So as social services is responsible for sheltering operations, and we provide the staff primarily. The library staff is also wonderful. But when we send out a call, it's this team, this eligibility and employment team, that almost exclusively fills that volunteers their weekends, their nights, overnight shifts to staff in any kind of weather emergency or fire emergency. So I wanted to call that out too. As the largest department, or as the largest division within social services, this team is incredibly generous with their time. And that's all funded by federal and state dollars.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you for that reminder. And please send a huge thank you on behalf of the board for that extra volunteer service as well, and even not volunteer, but spending your weekends and nights. That's a big sacrifice. Thank you. Please share that with your team. Okay, I'm going to open it for public comment. And do we have any callers?
There are no callers, Chair.
Okay, anyone in the chambers? Okay, we're going to close public comment, and let's see, this will be, I need a call for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution to proclaim April 7th through 11th Eligibility and Employment Week in Nevada County.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3? Yes. District 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you.
And Rachel, you're going to stay there? Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for coming down to be part of the presentation to your team. Okay, we're going to now move into a resolution proclaiming April 2025 as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month in Nevada County. And Rachel, you're presenting a PowerPoint with Char or Melody, or both? Char?
Yes, it'll be with Melody.
Oh, Melody, okay,
Yes.
wonderful. And then, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This little dance, I have to use my glasses to see the PowerPoint, but no glasses to see my notes. So
Need you to speak right in the microphone, Rachel.
So bear with me. Okay, good morning, Chair Hall and members of the board. I'm still Rachel Pena. I'm still your Director of Social Services. And with me today is Melody Easton, a member of the Child Abuse Prevention Council of Western County and Director of First 5 Nevada County. I also want to just point out the presence here of Alyssa Burke, our Community Support Network Coordinator, and then also Nicole McNeely is here from the Child Advocates. And back here, Nick Reedy, who is the Child Welfare Program Manager in Social Services.
Welcome, all of you.
So we're here to talk a little bit about Child Abuse Prevention Month. You may have noticed over the past couple of days those fabulous pinwheels. Those there are more here. Those are to commemorate Child Abuse Prevention Month. And you might ask, next slide, please. Yeah, I think you are. You might ask, what is National Child Abuse Prevention Month? It recognizes the importance of families and communities working together to prevent child abuse and neglect. Prevention services and supports developed by this collaboration can help parents, other caregivers, and communities protect children and strengthen families. And that is really our goal here. We'll talk a little bit further in the presentation about the incredible agencies that we collaborate with, but it is schools, the county, our nonprofits, our organizations like the Child Abuse Prevention Councils in both Eastern and Western counties. It's incredible, the collaboration that we have in this community, especially given the size of our community. The resources we have are tremendous. So next. So I won't go into too much detail here because I really want to focus on celebrating our successes and our collaboration, but I do want to highlight some information about what abuse and neglect look like here at home. So child welfare is responsible for investigating allegations of child abuse and neglect. These are the general categories that are covered under the Welfare and Institutions Code. So general neglect is the failure of a parent or guardian to provide adequate food, clothing, shelter, or supervision. And physical abuse is where physical injuries are present and there's no satisfactory explanation or there's definite knowledge or reasonable suspicion that the injury was inflicted with intent. Emotional abuse refers to behaviors and actions that harm a child's emotional well-being or development, and that child actually is experiencing symptoms of that. Sexual abuse is when the child has been sexually abused by the child's parent or guardian or someone in the household, and the parent has failed to protect the child from that abuse. And then caretaker absence is exactly what it sounds like. If the caretaker is either incapacitated or incarcerated or refuses to care for the child. So those are the kind of phone calls that we get. And this is the number of phone calls that we get every year. So you can see from 2018, we really, right around 1,300 calls come in to us from professionals, family members, neighbors, and other mandated reporters. So we're just up. You can kind of see there was a dip during the pandemic. That I don't think is because there was less abuse. I think it's because there were fewer eyes on children. Because they weren't in schools primarily. That number has been raising a little bit steadily. We had a dip again last year, but we're back up now to pre-pandemic levels, and I expect that we'll stay right around our norm of 1,300. Again, though, we see those numbers go up in difficult economic times, and so we're prepared for that. Okay, so the next slide, I really want to talk about what we do to prevent child abuse and neglect in our county. So there are a number of efforts, kind of upstream prevention, what we call upstream prevention, before families are ever seen or heard of by child welfare, right? There are a number of efforts, and I'm going to leave it to Melody to really explain those efforts. But as far as kind of first line prevention, or maybe that's not the right term, but in terms of prevention that we're doing at child welfare, once we already know of a child that's at risk, we have our rapid response team. So our immediate safety is our first and foremost priority. However, prevention is a close second. So rapid response is an innovative program that's been honored and emulated throughout the state. We send a team in to stabilize families rather than remove children from their homes. They provide anything from cleanup of dangerous surroundings to mental health. They provide lots of warm handoff referrals to the services that the families may need, and they stay with a family and really help them in order to provide a safe environment for children. Because again, what we know is that children don't thrive out of care. The best thing we can do for kids out of the care of their families. The best thing that we can do for kids most of the time is to strengthen and stabilize their families. So without going into lots of detail on these slides, what they're showing you is that clients who engaged and successfully completed rapid response team services were less likely to have a repeat investigation in the 12 months following the referral. They were less likely to have a substantiation than those who did not engage or complete services. So what that's showing is that kids are safer when their families engage in rapid response programs. And we mostly don't hear from them again. We mostly don't hear from those families, and that is in direct contradiction to if they don't engage in rapid response at all, we do tend to see recidivism. We get reports again. So let's move on. So what are we doing as a community about this urgent need? So lots of things, lots of things. Our Nevada County partners in this work, so we do have an interagency leadership team that consists of professionals from behavioral health, child welfare, the schools, Alta Regional Center, I'm going to miss public health, I think I already said behavioral health. Anyway, so a number of folks, any agency that is working with children or on behalf of children and their families is represented on that interagency leadership team. We do have a community prevention plan that you'll hear a little bit more about. Our Nevada County partners in this work are child welfare, behavioral health, public health, probation, law enforcement, the Child Abuse Prevention Councils in Eastern and Western counties, Community Support Network, Child Advocates of Nevada County, Victor Community Support Services, schools, Helping Hands, Sierra Therapy, Stanford Sierra, Communities Beyond Violence, Bright Futures for Youth, Sierra Community House, Family Resource Centers, and there's so many more that I'm probably forgetting that. But in any event, with that all said, I'd like to turn it over to Melody Easton to tell you a little bit more about this month and about the work specifically of our Child Abuse Prevention Council.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all having us today and year after year recognizing April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. As Rachel said, my name is Melody Easton and my day job is as the director of First 5 Nevada County, but I also have the privilege of sitting on the Child Abuse Prevention Council of Western Nevada County. We've got a really dynamic board made up of family-serving agencies and professionals who serve all walks of life of a family from prenatal through adulthood. And our charge is to really bring awareness to child abuse and neglect in our community, as well as the supportive services that are available to help. Every community or every county in California is mandated to have at least one child abuse prevention council, and we're lucky enough in our Nevada County to have two. We've got one in Eastern County and one in Western County. And our two councils collaborate closely to make sure that we're consistently bringing shared messaging to the community. Our coordinators work really closely, especially around Child Abuse Prevention Month planning. Our CAPC, our Child Abuse Prevention Council in Western Nevada County, has an outward arm through our Community Support Network, which is a monthly resource sharing meeting designed to facilitate collaboration among public and private family support organizations so that Nevada County children, youth, and families can thrive. Our most recent topic was last week. We had a really dynamic panel talking about child abuse prevention in Nevada County, and we had 9 amazing panelists and a room full at the Madeline Helen Library of community members and other family supporting agencies to network with each other, share some of the strengths and the challenges around the work that we're doing day to day. Some of the work that we do outside of Child Abuse Prevention Month is through our engagement with our county's comprehensive prevention plan. And that is through the Families First Prevention Services Act, which was a federal act and then drilled down to a statewide act that declared that every county in California had to have a prevention plan in place. Our planning group is made up of child welfare staff, Child Abuse Prevention Council staff and volunteers, and we put together a plan over the last several years to look at what are the needs, where are the highest touch points. We drilled down to several zip codes, including Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Truckee as our highest populous areas. That's where the highest number of calls are coming from. And then within that, do we have targeted age groups? Yes. When we looked at the data, we saw children 0 to 5 and children 13 to 18. Well, we're not going to cut out that middle group because families comprise all ages. So as we started to look at what sorts of services and what sorts of prevention activities need to happen in our county, we look at the whole family. We don't just drill down to those specific age groups. We look at the whole county, not just those specific zip codes. One of the key tenets that has come out of our prevention plan is the need for more parent and guardian input. And so we formed the Parent Guardian Advisory Council, which began meeting in March 2024 and is facilitated in both Eastern and Western County and facilitated in both Spanish and English. And the groups of parents meet monthly via Zoom and provide feedback on the county supportive services, local CBOs who are providing family support services, the good, the bad, and the ugly, what's working really well in our county agencies around eligibility and employment, what's not working very well, and taking that concrete feedback directly from parents and compiling it in a way that we will be able to share back out. We have an average of 30 parents participating each month in the Parent Guardian Advisory Council, and through a partnership between Child Welfare, the CAPCs, and First 5 Nevada County, we've been able to provide stipends to the parents for their participation because they're really the experts in what they're experiencing, and we want to compensate them for their time. The Parent Guardian Advisory Council will sunset in June of this year, and we are busy compiling all of that feedback and data that the facilitators have gathered over the last year and some change, and we are looking forward to bringing it back here and presenting it to the board on that feedback, some of the tangible recommendations that have come out of it, because those parents and guardians have really dynamic things to say around suggestions for improving connections with families. As we've acknowledged, April is Child Abuse Prevention Month every year, and we're so grateful that the Board of Supervisors acknowledges it every year. We've also got some other great things happening this month. There have been proclamations in Truckee, Grass Valley, and Nevada City declaring the month of Child Abuse Prevention Month. You may have noticed as you drove in today the beautiful pinwheels. You'll see them all over town. I'm sure you've come across them organically, and it really fills my heart when I come across them. I just discovered a new one this morning outside Maria's. You may see banners and flags in Grass Valley and Nevada City really bringing awareness and asking people to be curious about what are the prevention strategies we've got going on in our county. And that last Friday was National Wear Blue for Kids Day. I saw pictures from the county departments, CBOs, school children, everyone wearing blue in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month and bringing awareness. And then, as I mentioned, we had that really amazing Community Support Network panel last week. We had child welfare, juvenile probation, victim witness was there. We had the really amazing Sarah Perry, who is an interviewer for GVPD with youth who have experienced abuse. We had child advocates, staff, and the puppeteers. And most notably, we had 2 youth there who are former foster youth and are working with the YEP program through Nevada County Superintendent of Schools office to raise awareness around what it means to be a foster youth and what are the needs of foster youth. They were really dynamic, and I could have listened to them talk about their experience all day. There we go. So we get asked every year, how can people support prevention efforts in the county? And the ways that you can do that range from a teeny tiny amount of your time, go plant a pinwheel garden, or larger amounts of time, such as becoming a resource parent, donating to child serving organizations, joining the Adult and Family Services Commission, or the Community Support Network meetings, volunteering with a local organization to share youth or family voice, advocating for policies that protect children, and then participating in Child Abuse Prevention Month activities. We don't have a lot of volunteer opportunities at CAPC, but many, many, many organizations, almost all of them that Rachel listed, have volunteer opportunities for people who are interested in plugging into the prevention efforts, going upstream, preventing the abuse from ever happening. And that's all I have. So I appreciate it, you having us, and I open it up to questions from the board.
Thank you so much for this really important presentation. Appreciate that. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. Start with Rob.
Yeah, no questions, but thank you for that. And I've enjoyed getting to know you on the first 5 commission and have seen the awesome work you do with so little. So yeah, keep up the good work. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no questions, just a sincere thank you for being that rock for so many kids and people and families in our community. And thanks to Nick. Nick and I shared some meeting space with TTUSD counselors and talking about some needs they had, and Nick's been very present in East County, so thank you so much.
And no questions, but also thank you. And thank you for putting up the volunteer opportunities for people. You know, those are questions that we get a lot up here is, what can I do in the community? And having a list of resources like that is really important. So I'm assuming that those maybe lie within 211 also, so we can send them there and they can talk about what their interests are and you connect them with the right agency. So again, thanks for all the work that you do.
Sure, yeah, no questions. I'm just always so impressed with all the people that work in this area, because it's challenging, right? And you get to make those little differences, and those are so important. I mean, from advocacy, from court, from mediation, there's just so many different connections that you can help make kids move forward. I think, and being this is our Youth of the Year, I think this is just so appropriate that we talk about this. I think it's important, and we look at what's going on in Bright Futures. We look at all those groups that are doing things. Melody, you have such a passion for what you do. I appreciate you in First 5. I'm always advocated. I better not say that, but we're just always looking for funding, right? So that's always a challenge. And, so if you don't, well, yeah, I won't say anything about smoking, but back to that, that's how we get our money, right? So those are some important things that we have to look about. How do we fund some of these programs from our littles all the way to our young adults, housing? I think we're always looking at how we're going to build some housing, like when these foster kids move into that grown-up avenue, right? So there's those little missing portions that I think we all can look at and keep digging and making happen here. It's going to take some work. We've got a lot left to do, but you guys hit those areas where kids are so impressioned, and I think that's so valuable, because that's when you are the most vulnerable. So again, thank you. I celebrate you this week, and I've been wearing my blue pin all week, and I forgot to put it on. I took it off my sweater this morning, but and I will say, when I think of the pinwheels every morning, I think of those. I I have a lot of friends that actually work in this, whether it's the foster realm or adoption realm, and there's so much that goes on that I don't think people even have a clue of the needs. Like when I look at those numbers, I would love to see the day when we don't have any numbers like that, because children should not be abused. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
You did wear blue, though, you and I. Did wear blue. Yeah, we got that memo. All right, I'm going to open it up to public comment. And are there any callers?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, no public comment. All right, closing public comment. I'm going to read the resolution. There actually is one, and then we'll do a photo op with the pinwheels. How exciting. The resolution proclaiming April 2025 as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month in Nevada County. Whereas in federal fiscal year 2023, around 3 million children received a Child Protective Services investigation or alternative response nationwide, with 546,159 determined to be victims of maltreatment. And whereas child abuse and neglect is a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone in our community. And whereas our children are our most valuable resource and will shape the future of Nevada County. And whereas child abuse can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that can have lifelong consequences for victims of abuse. And whereas protective factors are conditions that reduce or eliminate risk and promote the social, emotional, and developmental well-being of children. And whereas effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the meaningful connections and partnerships created between child welfare, education, health, community, and faith-based organizations, businesses, and law enforcement agencies. And whereas communities must make every effort to promote programs and activities that benefit children and their families. And whereas we acknowledge that we must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and contribute to promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, nurturing environment. And whereas prevention remains the best defense for our children and families, now therefore be it hereby resolved that the Nevada County Board of Supervisors approves this resolution proclaiming April 2025 as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month in Nevada County, and urges all citizens to recognize this month by dedicating ourselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children and families. Thank you so much. And now let's take the vote that we should have done before I read that. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
I need a second. All right. Roll call, please.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Oh, can you say that again?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. I agree with Sue. Not a single one. We want not a single case in this county, but let's keep doing everything we can to prevent them. So let's do a photo and get those pinwheels out. So we're going to break for lunch. We're going to break for lunch. I'm sorry, Jesse, we'll have to have you come back at 1:30. People made plans for the lunch hour, and so I apologize, but we're going to stick with the program. So we're breaking for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville, every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get into under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a 3-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get into under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire, and they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. And an evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get into under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock. And at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, you know, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration.
Hey, hello everybody, smaller afternoon crowd here. We are reconvening after lunch for our board meeting, and the first item up this afternoon is number 25, a resolution supporting and proclaiming April 22nd as Earth Day in Nevada County. And my colleagues, Supervisor Bullock and Supervisor Hook, will be introducing this, and Mandy, you are going to talk too, yes. Great, okay, all right, thank you, go ahead.
Do you want me to just kick off the item?
Mandy, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Honorable members of the board, my name is Mandy Stewart. I'm here today to introduce the proclamation of April 22nd as Earth Day here in Nevada County. I'm going to turn the mic over to Supervisor Bullock and Supervisor Hook to give really all the meat of the presentation, but we also wanted to elevate Nevada City's Earth Street Fair Fest, which is Saturday the 13th, and Nevada County is a sponsor of that event and also has booths, so please show up and participate in that. And with that, I will turn it over to the supervisors, the ad hoc supervisors for the climate objective, to lead the presentation.
Saturday the 13th.
April, sorry about that.
Saturday's the 12th.
Let me just check. Now I'm stumped. It is Sunday. Thank you for that voice behind me. All right,
Okay,
Sunday
we
the
got-
13th.
we
Okay,
have
I'm
Earth-
going to stop talking.
We have
because
Earth
it's
Day
going
actually
nowhere.
on the right day.
Yes.
Every day is Earth Day. That's how I grew up. Yeah, I had people in my family who were foresters and had a bumper sticker that said "Every day is Earth Day," which I think is awesome. I'll kick it off unless you want, Supervisor Hook. Do you want to? Okay. I'm on the ad hoc with Supervisor Hook, and obviously we have the Sustainability Summit coming up in the fall, and so Earth Day is obviously a proclamation that is based entirely on the global movement that started in 1970 to save our planet. And I'm really proud to be having this recognition. Usually every year I do Clean Air Day, which I failed to do this year because I did not sign the resolution in time. But we still support Clean Air Day and also Earth Day. And I know Earth Day has a big movement here. You know, it's interesting. This year, it's themed every year. So this year, it's Our Power, Our Planet, which is renewable energy, solar, wind, hydro, all of which our community has, some of. We'd like to see more. But just in brief, Supervisor Hook and I on the ad hoc have spent a lot of time trying to look at that board objective and figure out how we can make meaningful impact here in the county and also support kind of a wide spectrum of users across the county, farmers, ranchers, conservationists, people that like the river, people that like the environment, people that like to ski and fish and hunt and recreate. And so there's just a lot of things that this covers. We could talk all day about it, but I'm just proud to be a part of it and proud to serve on that ad hoc with Supervisor Hook.
No, that's great, Hardy. Thank you for that lead-in. I think this is important for all of us. There's so many realms to go from in a small community, and how do we make this all fit and make it work for folks? Because we all love what we do, right? I just think about our Yuba River folks and the ambassadors when we have to do a cleanup, right? Talk about saving our earth. It's the craziest thing we have to do that. So we all have to stay focused, and I hope everyone's listening that will come out and enjoy the festival in Nevada City and learn what little small things and big things that we all can do individually to make things better so our planet keeps surviving, because we all love where we live, right? This is a pretty amazing place. Nevada County specifically is pretty amazing. So how do we keep it that way? So looking forward, Mandy, thank you for putting all the work into this. The ad hoc's interesting. I'm learning a lot as I go. And I look forward to the next year of what we can get accomplished.
Oh, I just want to mention an interesting factoid. Other countries refer to it as International Mother Earth Day, which I think is pretty darn cool. And it also kind of kicked off and drove President Richard Nixon's original legislation to kick off the EPA, which is interesting that in a time of partisan differences among the people that care about the environment and the different ways we express it, that he started that entire movement. So I just want to mention that.
Great, thank you for starting it off. Yeah, and I will say, as a former longtime EPA employee, I have a T-shirt and a journal from the very first Earth Day that I attended and participated in. I'm very proud of that. We've come a very, very long way from cleaning up the air in Los Angeles to the rivers that were on fire in Ohio. And there's lots more to do, and there's lots of rethinking to do as well about the environmental movement. But taking care of the earth, I think, is something that we all want to do, and especially here in our beautiful county with our beautiful river. I have gone to the Earth Festival. It is, let's say that again, it's Sunday, April 13th. Sunday, April 13th. It is really, really good. I'd really encourage people to go. There are booths with all kinds of information, like portable solar panels that you can carry around with you, and they always have a really good lineup of hybrid and EV cars that I found very helpful to learn about. They have a huge turnout. They have music. And so I just want to encourage people to attend and keep in mind that it does take an effort. It takes all of us working together to keep our rivers and land and air clean. And while none of us loves overregulation, there has to be a middle ground there for us to keep this earth healthy. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I'll turn it over to Lisa.
Don't really have any comments. Earth Day's been around forever and ever. It's gotten, the celebration in this county's gotten bigger and bigger every year. So thanks for the work, and try and get over there. Actually, I'm going to be out of town on Earth Day, but I'll be in New York. Maybe they have a little celebration there, I'm guessing. I'll try and connect, but thanks for the work on this.
Okay. Then let's go to public comment. Anybody want to comment on Earth Day? Sorry, my microphone went off. No comments? Any callers?
No callers, Chair.
Okay. Well, this was kind of a smallish item, after all.
It is kind of small, but it is kind of fun to think about that. You know, I look at people that do small things that help us, you know, like the folks that clean up our roads every day. You know, like I'm going to give Lake Wildwood a kudos. They clean up Highway 20 from Penn Valley all the way to the fairgrounds. They keep Pleasant Valley Road clean. Those are all little things that we could do. I mean, like, you want to look small things. I mean, there's huge things. We talk about air and we talk about all those things, but there's the small things that we do as individuals. I mean, working with SB 1383 is a new big project for Nevada County to learn about using that resource and how that, in the end, what's going to be the end cycle is going to be composting somewhere that's going to come back and grow fruits and vegetables, right? We were looking for food security. So it all kind of plays a part in it. And so, but if we all do our little part, I mean, we've talked about how do we do some of this stuff and become sustainable for our businesses by not going over the top of things, you know, a little bit education. I think it's all the little things that we get to do individually that make a huge difference. Like right down to our vegetation management. That's another part of loving this earth, right? It's all about sustainability. So I think there's so many things that I think if somebody just sat down and thought about what can you do as a small thing as an individual, we can create something really special, but it just takes that minute to put something in somebody's mind. Can you do? I mean, the overall thing's overwhelming, right? Like, those are big, but what are the small things that we get to do and do as a community that really start to make a difference? So,
Thank you, Supervisor Hook. That was great. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
I was just going to mention super quick the well, I was just going to mention that our economy, I mean, if you look at, just circle Barry Eagle Land Trust, Truckee Donner Land Trust, Turkey Trails Foundation, others, I mean, there's an entire economy and an entire lifestyle around conservation, appreciation for the things that the earth brings us and our ability to keep it clean and usable. So I just want to say thanks to those organizations. It's pretty darn cool that we have them.
All right, very good. We're going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. And I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Wonderful. Roll call, please.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mandy. Okay, next item. Jesse Wilson, you've been waiting for this all day, haven't you? A resolution proclaiming April 6th through 12th as National Crime Victim Rights Week in Nevada County. And who is staffing this? I guess you're on your own there, Jesse, with your folks. You can introduce them for us.
Is the board ready?
The board is ready.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, members of the board. Chair Hall, we appreciate your time today. We're here from the District Attorney's Office to request that the board pass a resolution, another resolution. It seems like April's a very busy month for positive resolutions, but request to pass a resolution declaring April 6th through 12th of 2025 National Crime Victims' Rights Week here in Nevada County. Every April, OVC, the Office for Victims of Crime, leads local communities nationwide in helping to recognize and observe their local Crime Victims' Rights Week. And here in Nevada County, we take this particular week as an opportunity to honor our crime victims and survivors of crime, to recognize all of the professionals and volunteers who provide critical services to victims of crime, and then also to raise awareness to crime victims' rights, as well as resources that they have available. So with that, this year, nationwide and then here in Nevada County, the theme is kinship. And kinship is to recognize that shared humanity should be at the center of supporting all survivors and victims of crime. Kinship is a state of being with survivors that drives vital connections and increases access to services, rights, and healing. And kinship is where advocacy begins. So with that, I'll pass it on to Lori, our senior victim advocate in the office, to talk a little bit about some of the advocacy we're doing on a local level.
Thank you, everyone, for having us. Again, I'm Lori Nunnick, Senior Victim Advocate with the Nevada County District Attorney Victim Witness Assistance Center. VWAC is our acronym. We have been in existence for more than 40 years. Currently we have 2 full-time advocates and 1 half-time advocate. We are missing an advocate. We had one of our long-term advocates just retire. But on a general basis, we have 3 full-time advocates and a part-time advocate. The part-time advocate is funded through a VOCA grant. That grant, however, dissolved at the end of 2024. Those funds are no longer available, so we are losing our Truckee East County advocate. So we will ultimately be down to 3 full-time advocates. Of those advocates, we receive VOCA funding for 2 of them, and Nevada County steps in and covers 1 of our advocates. We each carry a caseload, full-time advocates carry a caseload of anywhere from 350 to 400 cases each year. Of course, in any advocacy position or any client-oriented service. We have some clients that we spend a lot of our time with, others that we don't spend a whole lot of our time with, depending on the level of the case, the significance of that case. For instance, a domestic violence victim or a sexual assault victim might require far more of our attention and time, opposed to a vandalism victim, for example. Again, we're funded through VOCA funding. In 2024, advocates served 1,237 victims of crime. That included the Truckee region as well. The primary types of services we provide include court accompaniment, information referrals, sharing resources with other entities within the community, outreach and education, California Victim Compensation Board assistance, and emotional support. We essentially just help these folks navigate the criminal justice system and help them understand what's happening, help them understand the legalese and language that takes place in court. And just really, until you've been thrust into the criminal justice system, most folks have no idea what to expect or even what the process looks like. So that's what they're for, to help educate them and just really love them through the whole process. One of the next slide there, Steph. You want to go to the next slide?
Yeah.
Thank you. Our current activity right now, do you want to go to current activity? What's going on?
That's this one.
There we go. Sorry about that. So every year we employ advocates through the Skill Bridge program. I think all of you are familiar with that. It's a military program, so we do employ interns through that program. It's been very beneficial to our program. We're continuing to collaborate with other entities within the community and other regions within the community to create a mass victimization response plan. That's ongoing. Each year, new best practices come to light, so we are constantly changing up that program and sort of revamping our services and our response plan for that. Last year, we developed and implemented a formal Nevada County Court Companion Dog Program. It's been phenomenal. These kiddos who get to use these dogs to love them through the court system, to sit with them when they're testifying in court, it's been invaluable to these kids. We are partnering. I'm going to just jump over a Family Justice Center for one moment because I'm going to introduce Stephanie for that. But we continue to cultivate within the community partners who just help us provide services to our victims, and they help us to serve from a very comprehensive perspective, because what we can't provide, other services in the community, other resources in the community can. So we're constantly working with those other entities. We are currently working on a restorative justice program we actually developed a program about 2 years ago with probation for restorative justice. This year, as of June 1st, legislation requires that we provide victims access to restorative justice programs. So we are in the midst of collaborating with others in the community to try to provide a restorative justice program. We cannot provide that program because we just don't have the staffing or the funding to do that. However, we will provide resources. We will outsource that to other organizations within the community and outside of the community as well. So that restorative justice program will be our main focus for us this coming year. And then the next thing I will introduce to you is our Family Justice Center. We've begun the first steps in developing a Family Justice Center. We received funding for that. And we had the privilege of inviting Stephanie Fisher. Many of you will know from Community Beyond Violence, former executive director. But we are now honored to have her as our director of our Family Justice Center. And I will hand it over to Stephanie to share with you what that entails.
Thank you. So my name is Stephanie Fisher. I am the Family Justice Center coordinator out at the DA's office. So 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men experience interpersonal violence at some point in their lifetime. And so a victim in Nevada County, for example, might need to visit over 50 different entities on their journey to seeking justice and healing and supportive services and on their way to self-sufficiency. But what if they only had to visit one? So prior to joining the DA's office, I did work at Community Beyond Violence for 14 years. I was the executive director for 8, and we were working with hundreds of victims of domestic violence and sexual assault in Nevada County every single year, with thousands of people calling into the crisis line. And those were just the people that were contacting Community Beyond Violence. This image that you see, that was created after a brainstorming session with our local interpersonal violence response group. So that team meets on a quarterly basis. It's a multidisciplinary team that meets quarterly from organizations that work with those victims of interpersonal violence. The idea for Nevada County to establish its own Family Justice Center was born out of that group about 1.5 or 2 years ago. And at a recent meeting, we brainstormed all of these different entities that a victim of violence might have to engage with while they're seeking services. And so this shows over 50. I think we came up with 52, but there's probably lots more that we missed. As you can see, the image is really very chaotic, but it's actually a simplified version of the system that a victim would have to go through in order to navigate services and navigate the system in our community. Even if a victim only had to engage with 20 of these entities, there's still immense barriers for victims of violence. That victim has to tell their story multiple times. How many intakes do they have to go through? How many phone calls? How many appointments? How many different times do they have to relive the trauma over and over again? You talk about an average victim that might have kids. They're dealing with childcare issues. They might deal with transportation barriers. They might be geographically isolated. What about our victims in North San Juan who can't make it to Grass Valley or Nevada City to engage with some of these entities? So challenges include, obviously, there's travel, the system navigation is complicated, you're dealing with these entities multiple times, not just once. Again, telling their story multiple times, and then there's often uncoordinated services between these entities that are all doing really good work, but not sharing information very well sometimes. So the Family Justice Center is a co-located multidisciplinary center that offers services for victims of family violence and their children in order to increase safety and support. It's a team of professionals who work together under one roof to provide coordinated services. So the vision is one center a victim could go to. They have to tell their story one time. They have one intake to fill out. And then all of those entities that they would normally engage with or otherwise engage with come and offer their services to that victim in that one location. They can sit in one room, and then they can choose which services they want to engage with and which agencies they want to share their information with. This is not just a local initiative. This isn't something that we just came up with here at Nevada County. The first Family Justice Center was established in San Diego in the early 2000s, and in 2003, the president created a President's Initiative for Family Justice Centers. And so they brought about the best practices of what a Family Justice Center should look like, and they encouraged it all over the nation. And today, there's over 300 Family Justice Centers internationally. There's 117 in the United States. There's 24 in California, and Nevada County's Family Justice Center is one of 4 emerging Family Justice Centers this year. The Family Justice Center service delivery model has documented and published outcomes. And that includes reduced homicide, increased prosecution, increased autonomy and empowerment for victims, reduced fear and anxiety for victims, and all around better coordinated services from the community to come and help those victims of violence. And not only helps the survivors of victims of violence, but it helps the professionals do their job better, and it helps keep the community safer. We are a DA-led, there's lots of different models. We're a DA-led Family Justice Center, so we're spearheaded out of the DA's office, because the DA's office was the one that got that initial seed money from the California Office of Emergency Services, and so they were able to hire me to work on this project over the next year. Currently, our Family Justice Center is not actually operational, offering services. We're brand new. We're in the strategic planning phases, so we're building partnerships for services. We're working on MOUs with our partners. We're determining our governance and developing resources and what our funding sustainability is going to look like. We're also in the throes of our strategic planning. So we have engaged with a third-party consultant to be able to help us with this really in-depth strategic planning process. We're not just going to do a one-day, one and done. We want to make sure this is a community collaborative. We want to make sure that our Family Justice Center aligns with the values of our community, that it takes into account what the needs are, the challenges are, the resources that we have available in Nevada County. And so we're going to spend the next few months doing stakeholder engagement with interviews and focus groups to be able to collect that information. And then it's going to culminate in a 2-day strategic planning event in September, which you will all be invited to. And then the goal is to be able to have the Family Justice Center of Nevada County operational, offering services by early 2026. We have current partners who have been really engaged in this process. As I mentioned, we've been having discussions for the last 1.5 or 2 years about the Family Justice Center in Nevada County and how we can get that off the ground. I want to call out Western Sierra Medical Clinic. They've been writing grants. They've offered a location for us to potentially use. We've got people going to the International Family Justice Center Conference, a whole cohort of people from Nevada County employees, as well as employees from law enforcement and other community-based organizations or nonprofits that are going to be attending. And so we're really excited that we have buy-in from our community. We have buy-ins, especially from the professionals. But I also want to stress that I come from an area where we want to make sure that we're in the movement of domestic violence and sexual assault in particular. I want to make sure that our decisions are victim-centered and survivor-informed. And so the strategic planning process is also going to be including making sure that we're really careful to include those survivor voices so that we can hear what their experiences are, where are the needs, where are the gaps, what would they want to see in a Family Justice Center if they were to relive that, what would have helped them in their situation. I think that's about it. Some of the other partners, Grass Valley Police Department has been very supportive of it, but we've also have a partnership with Victim Witness, all the law enforcement agencies, Community Beyond Violence and Women of Worth, obviously providing advocacy and support services for victims of violence, and then some of these other entities that have been included in the interpersonal violence response group that are also interested. So Common Goals, Hospitality House, Social Services has been a big partner. We also have therapy providers, and then we're part of a broader network of the California Family Justice Network. So those are all the FJCs across California that have been super helpful to me in this position in providing their resources, so we're not reinventing the wheel in any way. And so it's really exciting that over the next year, this isn't going to be the last time that you hear from us. This is just the beginning, and so we appreciate you being able to take some time this morning to hear about this project. I'll pass it back over to Jesse.
So thank you again. During this National Crime Victims' Rights Week, we're also messaging out a lot of these same type of themes and messages through social media, doing a series of interviews with KNCO, and we just really want to highlight the collaborative nature of this. There's already a ton of service providers out there, both in the nonprofit world and then also within our county government that are doing tremendous work on this front. This Family Justice Center is simply not a way to step on any toes, but to again, provide a more victim-centric type of experience through those people that have to go through this unfortunate process. So thank you again for your time, and I think with that, we'll open it up for questions if anyone has any questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, another one of a number of very important resolutions and issues that came before us today. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it to my colleagues for questions, and we'll start with Rob. Hardy?
Yeah, thanks. Great work. I just have a couple quick questions. It's sponsored by the DA's office. Does it have its own board? Does it have a board or a governing body? Is it ratified by somebody or?
So that's one of the things that we're working on right now. We're one of 9 DA-led family justice centers across the state of California, and that's simply because I'm employed by the DA's office, but it's really meant to be a community collaborative. Most family justice centers are nonprofits, and they establish as a 501c3 and then work through that. And so we're working on actually establishing a partnership with our community foundation friends to be able to work in that realm as well. So we will have an advisory board. We're also going to be we're also working on creating a voices group, which is a survivor advisory board. And then we'll also have at some point a board of directors. But right now it's a real grassroots small planning council of about 10 people with the key stakeholders, and eventually we'll get to a more legal entity.
Yeah, that's great. The substance or mental behavioral health, substance use advisory board that I sit on, and Chair Hall has been on it as well. It's got that victim-centric type of construct where people that are living in that problem are on the board. So I think you've described all those kind of inputs that you're getting. So that's awesome. And then just one more quick question on East County, just because you mentioned the loss of that one staff member. What sort of service offering or provision of services do you see in East County?
Sure. So East County, we're definitely keeping them in the conversations. We haven't actually initiated any focus groups or interviews yet for the strategic planning process, but they're on our list of key stakeholders. Sierra Community House, I had an initial conversation with somebody over there, and then also work at Truckee PD is a part of the interpersonal violence response group that they're meeting with us on a quarterly basis. So they've given some input. And then one of the other things that we're looking for this Family Justice Center to accomplish is to be able to bring forensic exams here to Nevada County. When somebody needs to go through a medical forensic exam, they have to go all the way down to Sacramento to be able to get that done. And so we want to be able to offer that here in Nevada County. There's conversations in place to be able to partner with Placer County, get it done there, but we want it here in our community. And I've talked initially with some people in East County who they're going to Reno right now. They're driving all the way to Reno to get their forensic exams done. And they said at this point they're happy with staying in Reno and not necessarily having to bridge the geographic divide halfway through the year for 6 months out of the year. But so they're in conversations, and we want to make sure that we are that we're doing what we can in order to address the needs up there as well.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
This question, so we're developing a family justice center. So what is the difference, or how does that engage with your restorative justice program?
Corey, do you want to take that?
I'll respond. Sure.
So restorative justice will be one component to the Family Justice Center. We have to stay victim-oriented. That's our job, and our grants require that we adhere to that. So it will not be in our Family Justice Center, but it will be a referral source for our Family Justice Center for those folks who would like to see that form of justice opposed to punitive results of a crime. Does that answer your question, Sue?
Yeah, so restorative is about helping I think so.
Restorative is it's victim-centered, so it means if that victim wants to sort of empower themselves or find healing or start that healing process, they can engage in restorative practices where that defendant is participative as well. It can take very, very various avenues. It could simply mean that they're requesting a letter from the defendant explaining their actions. It could be that there's face-to-face conferences with facilitators that help that process along. And it has to be victim-initiated, and it cannot be in lieu of a punitive process through the courts. It's just to enhance the criminal justice system. It's to enhance the results of victims feeling as though justice has been served.
Nice, thank you.
Okay, yeah, so I have one question too. I think I'm sounding a little bit confused about how it's set up. What stuck in my brain was that you got funding for 1 year for you, right? And so my concern is, how is this, but it sounds like you're working with nonprofits and volunteers in the community, and the community foundation may be coming in to help. So is the plan is to help establish it as a nonprofit outside of the DA's office, and then you would no longer need to be running it, or you might go along with that?
Right, yeah, it really depends on what comes out of the strategic planning process, on whether or not we feel like the best roadmap is for us to go full 501c3, or for us to stay as a DA-led Family Justice Center, which there are, like I said, several different models, and so we just took a tour of the Family Justice Center down in San Joaquin County, so in the middle of Stockton, and they are DA-led Family Justice Center. So physically, what it looks like is their Family Justice Center is inside the same building as their DA's office, and then they have spaces available for their on-site partners to be able to sit and work and be available when a victim comes in seeking services. And that's what our Family Justice Center might look like, probably not in the actual DA's office, but a building in Nevada County where we have space for our partners who are on site, either part-time or full-time, to work and be available for the victims who come in seeking services. And then typically there's also on-call or off-site partnerships where there are entities who are willing to be on call for the Family Justice Center. So if we call and say we have a victim needing your services, they'll be out in a half hour, whatever that might look like.
Okay, yeah, that, just the services that you're going to be offering sound really great. But and I guess this is for Jesse, what is your plan for the funding next year, since there's only 1 year of funding identified or spoken about here?
Our plan is to get more funding, right? Just like our plan for the ultimate goal of the Family Justice Center is to provide the best services for victims. What that looks like, we don't know. I mean, we're laying track as we go. So we've secured this grant. It's a temporary grant for emerging family justice centers. This is what we've done. We're not going to not do anything because we're scared about where the next check is going to come from, right? We're doing whatever we can right now to push this goal forward for a Family Justice Center here in Nevada County. So right now, you know, we are lucky enough to have Stephanie on board as the coordinator of this. She's very well versed in nonprofits and building up organizations like this. She's very, very well versed in looking out for grants, right? We're in uncertain times right now, right? She went to apply for a grant on a federal level, a big grant for this Family Justice Center, and it was there one day and it wasn't there the next day, right? All right, well, we just move on. So she's the one that's going to continue as the coordinator to build up, as she said, in the stage we're in right now, the MOUs, the processes, what this is going to look like. And a big component of that is sustainability, where the next funds come from. So I guess that's a long-winded way of, I don't know, right? But we're going to keep working and doing everything we can, because we have a team in place right now, both within the DA's office and externally, county included, that is committed to this mission. So we're going to utilize that focus right now and going forward. And it's hard to answer a lot of these questions because you know, we go to Lassen County, it looks like one thing, right?
Yeah.
They're out of a temporary building type of one room. You go, you know, if you're in San Diego, they have 5-story building that's a Family Justice Center. I mean, it's state of the art, right? San Joaquin has something in between Sacramento and Lassen County, right? And we're going to have, as a rural county, our own version of that. So it just really depends on where these resources are going to come from. But right now, we have a tremendous amount of momentum. Securing that funding, getting Stephanie on board is a huge first step, and I can't say that enough, towards making this a reality operationally within a year's time.
Yeah, no, it sounds really important and really good. But I mean, honestly, being on the budget subcommittee, I don't think nobody's going to be coming in saying, we're doing this program, but we don't know where the money's coming from next year. They're going to have a budget that identifies where they think it might come from or where they're going to move resources around. So I'm sure we'll see that when it comes to the budget subcommittee, probably.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be, you know, we're going to be continue to look for those grants that Stephanie's looking for and has found. And then there's also this component based on other models out there of setting up a separate 501c3 to generate money as a fundraising that a lot of different government entities do to continue to raise that. And so we're not I mean, we're brainstorming internally, but we're also basing it on templates that are out there that have shown how they work, including Sacramento, that started from, basically a janitor's closet and how they built that up, right?
Yeah.
That's not a DA-led one, but San Joaquin was very similar when you talk to what they looked like in 2018 and what they look like today. I mean, you're talking exponentially bigger and providing much more services. So,
Oh, that's
if you wanna
great.
make a comment
Chair
on that.
Hall, if I could provide additional information. So Jesse did a great job reaching out to the CEO's office early on, has coordinated with our fiscal team. There's been early discussions with Health and Human Services and other programs that align with the goals and the mission of the program. So like many programs that are grant funded, we're hoping that there'll be future allocations, and we'll look at what models of funding are set up with the other counties to make sure it's sustainable.
I just wanted to quickly mention too, I want to echo with the, we're not sure on the exact next funding, but I'm also a part-time grant writer for Bright Futures for Youth. I did a lot of grant writing at Community Beyond Violence, and I have a personal value as an individual of community collaboration. It's one of the reasons that this project speaks so much to me. And I'm already having discussions with people at Bright Futures for Youth, Community Beyond Violence, other nonprofits who are doing grant writing, who are looking to collaborate. So I think it's because it's a community collaboration, I think we're going to have a much better chance than, rather than going out and looking out for grants just for this project for ourselves. It's going to be a community collaboration, and I think the community is going to, I think the doors are going to open. I do think it's an unfortunate time that as soon as we're getting off the ground, a bunch of federal funding has stopped. But I think the state is also, I've heard, I mean, we're doing advocacy at the state level, and as far as the California Family Justice Network is concerned. And so we're looking on pulling funding from the state in different ways that we can. There's specific funding sources for family justice centers in the state of California. And then we had the anti-human trafficking symposium Friday. We had a representative from Assemblywoman Heather Hardick's office who came in and talked to us afterwards and was like, we want to be able to support you in any way we can, and look for funding for you guys next year. It's too late this year, but
That's great.
So
Yeah,
the more
no.
we talk about it, the more I think it'll happen.
That's great. That sounds very hopeful. I mean, it just is, the reality makes me nervous that at the federal level, things are not coming our way. The state is going to have to backfill a lot of that, so they're going to have to cut back. And nonprofits in our community are frankly struggling right now. So it is a really tough time to launch something new. And then I guess what makes, you're investing your services, you're investing your time in a strategic plan, which is excellent, especially if you want to be around for a long time, but not knowing where in the second year even that funding's coming from. It just makes me nervous. But obviously, the program that you're establishing sounds wonderful, and if you've got people who are already stepping up to support, that's very hopeful. And we'll hope that continues. We'll do everything we can to support that. So that sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just add to that, success breeds support. When you can show that you're successful, even in those small steps, that's when you get buy-in. People see that success is there, especially in a program like this where eventually it's going to be required in every community. So we're just kind of taking those steps before it's required, because there's so much legislation out there that is so victim-oriented that we will have to be at this point at some point. So Stephanie's really taken the beginning steps of something that's going to inevitably be part of our community.
That's great. Wish you best of luck. Yeah. Okay, any other questions before I go to public comment? Okay, public comment. Any public comments on this item? And do we have any callers?
No callers, Chair.
Okay, no public comment. I'll close public comment. Back to the board for any other comments or questions. Nothing? Nothing. Excellent. Okay, so then we will, thank you for the great presentation. It's very thorough. And I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution.
I'll move to adopt the resolution.
Second?
Okay, roll call, please.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming over.
And thanks for your patience, too.
All right. All right, we'll give them a minute to, Yeah, thanks. And our next item will be with Community Development Agency Director, Tricia, and it looks like Kimberly, a resolution approving amendment number 1 to the contract between the County of Nevada and the Community Foundation of Nevada County, extending the contract term to June 2028, amending Exhibit A of the Schedule of Services to allow admin overhead costs, and authorizing the chair of the board to execute the amendment. So welcome, all three of you.
Thank you. Tricia Tillotson, Community Development Agency Director. And we do have 2 economic development items. This first one, of course, as you said, is with the Community Foundation of Nevada County. With that, I'll pass it to Kimberly Parker.
Thank you, Tricia. Good afternoon, Chair Hall and Supervisors. As Tricia mentioned, I'm Kimberly Parker, your Economic Development Program Manager. Today, we are bringing forward an amendment to the Community Foundation of Nevada County contract. The amendment includes extending the contract to June 30, 2028, and modifying Exhibit A of the Schedule of Services in the original contract. This will allow for a small percent of the annual amount to be used for administrative overhead costs. As you will hear in a minute, there are some great work being focused on, but what we discovered during the first year of the contract was that there wasn't funding to cover some of the operational basic costs that were supporting the scope of work, things like supplies, equipment, software. These are the things that help support the programs in the contract. Please note there is no change on the contract amount or the original scope of work that was outlined in the contract. As we began the work of the contract, the Community Foundation of Nevada County shared the complexity of some of the activities and the scope of work involved. It involved a tremendous amount of research, pre-planning, and engagement with community partners. And while these efforts, as you will hear, are moving forward, the extension will allow a bit more time for them to get these fully implemented. With me today is Christine Kelly, Interim Executive Director of the Community Foundation of Nevada County, to provide an update of the work. After Christine's presentation, we'll be glad to answer any questions from the board.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. As Kimberly said, my name is Christine Kelly. I am the interim CEO of the Community Foundation of Nevada County. I'm very pleased to be here today to give you some updates on your community foundation and what the partnership with the county has allowed us to do in terms of making an impact already in our first year and what we're planning on doing over the next couple of years. Oh, where do I? There we go. Is it not on this? Great. So our mission is to connect people, resources, and ideas to build a healthy and vibrant Nevada County. I'm really glad that I came a little bit early and heard some of the conversation about Earth Day and what we can do here in our community, and that Supervisor Hook, when you say sometimes that what's happening in the larger world can feel overwhelming. Well, we, the Community Foundation, feel that taking care of our place, of this region, and taking care of each other, and collaborating with each other, just as Stephanie Fisher was talking about, is really the path forward for regional sustainability. We envision a resilient and thriving Western Nevada County where all people can flourish, supported by a vibrant nonprofit sector, a healthy rural economy, and collaborative community-wide solutions to complex challenges. That is a lot of alliteration. So unlike direct service nonprofits, the Community Foundation is what's called an intermediary organization. So intermediary organizations, our role is different. We support those organizations through creating linkages, investigating and catalyzing opportunities, and acting as a connector and a convener. So we work across sectors, very similar to the way that Ms. Fisher was describing the nonprofit community, we're working to look at systems change and systems level thinking. So I don't think that we've had the chance to meet Supervisor Tucker, so I'll give a very brief overview on how a community foundation works, which is that generous donors make contributions. We invest those dollars to increase the giving power of the funds, and then we distribute those earnings into the community. So the power of each contribution continuously expands. And we do this by working through partnerships, such as the partnership that we have with the county. I'll talk about another partnership that we have with the League of California Community Foundations shortly. Donors often make bequests. They want to continue to make an impact in the community. But they, for example, want to support youth services, but they're not sure what that might be. A donor can make a bequest to the community foundation who will honor that bequest and steward those funds. We partner with individuals and businesses, and we create endowed funds that create a lasting, long-term asset resource pool for the community. So there's a funny saying that when you know one community foundation, you know one community foundation. And that's because each community foundation is distinctly different in how it responds to the region in which it is serving. So many established institutions, for example, have very sort of large asset pools that are based in endowments. They've been established for 100 years. They have millions, if not billions, of dollars of assets under management. You have organizations like the Silicon Valley Foundation, Community Foundation, which is heavily vested in donor-advised funds. Donor-advised funds we'll talk about as well, but are very useful when people have a tax event and want and need to make a philanthropic contribution to help them with their tax issues. And then we also have sort of statewide rural partnerships. The Community Foundation of Nevada County is a model of what we call responsive community philanthropy. So in that model, we would see that our assets under management are going to be coming from a wide variety of places, including donor-advised funds, deferred grifts, supporting organizations, scholarships, et cetera. Very quickly, the types of funds that community foundations often hold are donor-advised funds. Again, those are very simple, flexible funds that allow donors to give to the causes they care about and grow their giving capacity. Field of interest, that's something that supports a specific issue area. Many family donors like to, for example, decide that they want to support youth services and the arts. So they would create a fund at the foundation and would on an annual basis give from that fund. Impact or initiative are the funds that the community foundation itself holds and directs, and an example of that would be the Nevada County Relief Fund. And agency funds, where a nonprofit agency has either a specific bequest or is building towards a capital project and would like to build an endowment for the future. Our current financial status is that we have a $300,000 operating budget. We have contributed revenue of $278,000 to date. We are continuing to do a targeted fundraising opportunity to raise 3 years of operating funds to extend our runway. And eventually, 70 to 75% of our operating budget will be covered by administrative fees. So we don't compete with the nonprofit community. We end up contributing to the nonprofit community. With the county contract, which is $250,000 over 3 years, now 4, we've only spent $40,000 to date. There has been an amendment, which Ms. Parker has put forward, to address nominal administrative fees and to extend this timeline if necessary. The nice thing about this amendment is it allows us to either use that on an extended time frame or not. But the county scope, not COPE, is focused. It does not cover fundraising or governance, as Kimberly was speaking to, and it's essential that we're building this foundation for long-term success, which is where we were focused in 2024. In December, our board went through project and program priorities and a strategic planning process, and I'm here to share with you what those are. And you'll see that they very much align with the supervisor's priorities. The first is nonprofit organizational effectiveness and capacity building, so to incorporate and strengthen the work of the Center for Nonprofit Leadership in the region and to offer fiscal sponsorship. The second is climate resilience and rapid response, where we are administering the Nevada County Relief Fund and also going to look at the exploration of a community organization active in disaster, COAD model. And the third would be general community health, under which we have 3 points that we're looking at over the next couple of years, which is civic engagement, housing solutions, and rural economic opportunity. Many of you are very familiar with the work of the Center for Nonprofit Leadership, but the Center for Nonprofit Leadership has been around since 2003. It is the resource center for public benefit organizations in Nevada County and the Sierra Nevada region, including Placer County. CNL focuses on best practices workshops, executive seminars, coaching and mentoring, and public advocacy. Topics this year are going to include board essentials, which of course is the incredibly important workshop that Wendy Willoughby provides, and also our board member Megan Joseph, for building a stronger and better board. AI in the nonprofit space, we'll have that coming out in May, and in the fall we'll be doing the Executive Director Academy. So I'm also, just before we move on to fiscal sponsorship, I'm pleased to say that we have completed, or we're just sending in the merger with the Community Foundation of the Center for Nonprofit Leadership, and hope that the Secretary of State approves that. I don't think that there should be any problem, but the two organizations have been working very hard on facilitating and closing their merger. The next the opportunity I'd like to present is fiscal sponsorship. So Community Foundation of Nevada County took a look around, and we had a lot of people coming to us saying, well, when are we going to be able to grant funds? And I said, well, you know, it's going to take some time to be able to do that. But we have really found a niche in being able to offer fiscal sponsorship. So this is Model C, which is a re-granting type of fiscal sponsorship. It's an arm's length relationship, but it helps give a home for charitable and public benefit efforts in the community. Organizations do not have to stand up their own 501c3. It does require an independent structure and system and tax consideration, but it gets money very quickly to groups that need it. It's a very simple way to establish a philanthropic effort. And it's really wonderful for organizations who are considering a 501c3, for example, such as the Family Justice Center, but may have a grant opportunity come down the pike over the next 6-8 months before they receive their 501c3, and we can act as their fiscal sponsor. So again, it allows for our projects to save on administrative tasks, opens up possibilities for receiving and distributing philanthropic capital to really important projects in our community. And I'll share what a couple of those are now. Many of you may have heard of Community Roots. Community Roots is the very first JPA, Joint Powers Authority fiscal sponsor project of the Community Foundation, which is committing to addressing the needs of students by providing high quality, locally sourced meals. So a community collaborative kitchen is going to be built out over the next year, and all public school and charter school children will be able to have fresh scratch cooked meals because of the Community Roots program. This was an effort that was, many of you may remember, was born out of Sierra Harvest. So it was Sierra Harvest and Amy Retzler who was really spearheading this, I think, since she started Sierra Harvest. So it's really exciting to be involved in this project and see it come to fruition and help them find their growth capital. Of course, you all are very much aware of the Nevada County Relief Fund. It has been the cornerstone fund for flexible and responsive disaster relief in our region. The fund will continue to operate along with other types of resilience funds at the Community Foundation, and the Community Advisory Committee will continue to make grant recommendations as needed. I do want to update you all, I'm sure you may have heard, but the last effort for the Relief Fund was to provide $15,000 to individuals who lost their residence in the Everhart fire. And according to Ryan Groover and Ariel Levitt, quote, "These resources made all the difference in stabilizing and supporting these individuals to prevent immediate and potentially longer-term homelessness." So we're really excited that the Relief Fund, which was established originally, Supervisor Tucker, to provide support for COVID relief and funnel COVID relief monies and raise COVID relief monies, is continuing to serve the broader purpose for disaster relief in our community. Next is the community organization Active in Disaster, a COAD. A COAD is a local group of community organizations that coordinate with emergency human services while working in concert with partner agencies. These include local emergency management and social service agencies during all stages of a disaster. So the Community Foundation will pursue the development of a COAD in Western Nevada County. Truckee is lucky to have a COAD, and we are lucky to have access to Ann Rarick, who is the program manager of that COAD, who will be leaning on pretty heavily. And in just a few weeks here, we'll also, and I'll make sure everybody gets an invitation, we will be having a public forum on the Community Foundation's role in disaster relief and in our community. I think that you may have heard this morning that Fire Safe Nevada County Coalition, the new organization that is rising up out of the coalition of Firewise communities, and we're very proud to say that we are also going to be a fiscal sponsor for that program as well. And another wonderful piece of news to share today is that we have been accepted to a statewide disaster readiness initiative cohort through the League of California Community Foundations. This is a year-long program which is intended to strengthen our capacity to lead during and after natural disasters through peer collaboration, expert-led workshops, and hands-on project implementation. Not only is this a paid cohort opportunity, but this is going to be attached to a $75,000 project funding opportunity, which is what we will be earmarking to develop the Nevada County COAD. And finally, civic engagement. So I remember when we first started this effort, I had a professor from Chico call and say, you know, I really think that community foundations can play an incredible role in developing civic engagement and discourse in their communities, and we would love to be able to play that role as well. Our first project will be the fiscal sponsorship of the Nevada County Community Leadership Institute, NCCLI, which is currently run by Lori Burkhart Frank. We're excited to be partnering with NCCLI, but also we'll be looking to do other types of civic engagement projects. I've reached out to Jeff Dellis about the Nevada County Youth Coalition. I'm very, very excited about working with youth and trying to get youth more involved in philanthropy. So, and also reached out to Phoebe Bell, who was previously a program officer at the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, about instigating a community-wide Speak Your Piece initiative. I think that we could all use a little bit of ways to think differently about how we speak to each other, both online, which is becoming very toxic, and really thinking about how can we utilize initiatives such as this to bring more civic discourse into our communities. So in 5 years, we want to be seen as an integral partner and collaborator in tackling issues of regional importance. We have attracted and leveraged $500,000 in new funding to our community, with a significant portion of that going to our nonprofit partners. We'll have $2.5 million in assets under management, generating $150,000 in investment income and our administrative fees to support operating expenses. Eventually, 75% of our operating expenses will be covered by those fees, and we have a quasi-endowed operating fund to build long-term assets to address community needs well into our future. Thank you. Oh, love to invite you to take a peek at our website, which is nevcofoundation.org. And you can find out more about what our strategic priorities are, do a little digging around about Community Foundations 101, and of course sign up for all of our newsletters, which I think I have you all signed up for anyway.
Okay, thank you so much. I've been asking for, probably a year, what's happening with the Community Foundation? Really wanting to get an update, and this is very exciting, really interesting, where you're choosing to play, like fiscal sponsorship, which is such a huge need in this community for nonprofits. That's a really great, great place to get in, but I'll save the rest of my comments and turn it over to my colleagues. So who wants to start on this one? Want to start?
Thank you. Yeah, good to hear from you, and it was awesome to watch your journey from the inception at the strategic workshop years ago and where you are now. I really commend you in the fiscal sponsorship arena. I've seen a lot with our community foundation and other people, like, we're a nonprofit and we have a great idea and we have all these volunteers, but we just don't know where to start. And it's always ended up being a very productive way for those people to get started, and the guidance, I think, is key. People have a lot of ambition, a lot of passion, but they may not know the ins and outs of actually making it come to fruition, so I'm stoked you guys are doing that. And then I just want to mention the $40K in admin cost that was consumed since the time we gave the $250. That's incredibly low. That's really austere, I guess. But you do need some of the money that we're, I guess, just a question there. It seems like there's not a lot of consumption, so.
There will be this year, since we merged with CNL, there'll be considerably more drawdown upon those funds, because a lot, again, there are the three, actually 4 initiatives. One is nonprofit capacity, and the other is the co-ed. There is, what are the other 2? I have them somewhere.
There was the relief fund coming under.
Relief fund. Yeah, and
initiative supporting economic development initiatives.
Yeah, so those are the 4 sort of pillars of the contract. And primary drawdowns last year last year was our, put it all in place, build the foundation, build the governance model, fundraise, and fundraising costs are not covered in that contract. So we will be seeing that there'll be a stronger drawdown over the next 2 years, but we want to be very smart about how we're stewarding our funds, because we're planning on being here forever.
Forever, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. And just a thanks to the private donors, right? There's people in our community, unnamed, many of us know them, but they came forward to give money, and it's awesome to see that.
Yeah.
The one piece on the civic engagement side, I'd just like to offer just a hurrah, yay support thing. And I know you mentioned Phoebe with the Speaker Peace Initiative, which has been, I don't know, is that 17, 18 years? It's a long time. And I've been in meetings that are, screaming matches, but all of a sudden that thing comes out and everybody goes back to their side and they tone it down. And it's really been a pretty important, useful tool, the Speaker Peace, civility, code of civility essentially is what it is. And I remember doing a campaign at the organization I was with, talking about that constantly in meetings before we started, and it just really worked. So I would encourage you to pursue that. It does work. And then the co-ed piece is key. The co-ed for our Eastern County, I'm in meetings, particularly when things get really hard, or you have a freezing storm or an ice storm or something, and you see one call with all the nonprofit communities on that one call. It's really impressive to see, and they can kind of speak the nonprofit whisper that maybe government doesn't always get into, and so they're really effective. So I would encourage you to pursue that as well, but keep up the good work. And I'll just say that it's admin costs is always so hard because you're like, well, it's all about programs, but you can't really do it without some backbone of stable leadership and administration. So I'm in support of that, but I just ask like everybody to watch it closely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just mention on the admin cost, in the amendment, you'll see it's restricted to a specific amount of admin cost each year. So there's a ceiling on that.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I look forward to learning more about this. I think I have, excuse me, not being in the public sector, I haven't necessarily crossed paths with a lot of you, but your reputation precedes you and the work you do in the community. I do have a few questions, and I'm going to try and speak my piece and keep that spirit in mind. And because I wasn't here when they originally approved this, we don't have to answer all the questions now. I'd love to connect with you and your colleagues at some point. And we're just voting on the amendment to extend it a year, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I don't want to waste a ton of time on that. But a couple questions I do have just from your presentation. How is the sponsorships decided? Like, is there a board? Is there a committee or?
So we have a set of criteria by which we sort of, when a project comes, and so it's really is there a need for it in the community? Are we avoiding duplicating services? That's also really important. Is this work being done by another nonprofit and or better? Then we wouldn't consider being, sort of sponsoring that project. And it has to benefit the residents of the communities that we serve.
Gotcha.
And Supervisor Tucker, just for clarification, there is a board of the Community Foundation.
Okay, good. In reading the website, it talked about the geographic areas you serve. Did I understand it correctly? And it's not that I have a problem with it, but it's certain areas, but like South Nevada County wouldn't be included in that?
Oh, no,
service?
South Nevada
It
County
okay.
is definitely included.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm actually meeting with a citizen down in South Nevada County in a couple of weeks at Lake in the Pines to discuss how we can really sort of forward more of the issues that are sort of happening in South County and get more South County representation to our board. So I'd love to have that conversation with you.
Gotcha. And not that you don't have 100 things to do. I think on the website, it'd be good to promote that. I think it kind of talks about Rough and Ready, Grass Valley, Nevada City, but small thing. Like I said, I don't want to focus too much on all the details. The nonprofit status, that's recent?
We've been an established nonprofit since 2023.
Gotcha, okay. I was just thinking in this era of efficiency and whatever, the transparency, I feel like has become more important, especially I think nonprofits are getting a bad rap in certain circles. So if people wanted to see like where the projects that the money has gone to, that would be available to?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be found in
in our financial statements, which are available upon request.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, I just got a couple more, and actually, let me pause and just say that I appreciate all the work you guys are doing, and I look out, and you guys are involved. Some of you were here this morning, you're involved in other things, so my questions are not to make any kind of judgments on it, but here's the broader question for me. I love what you're doing, everything that's been said, and why is it that we need county funds going towards this? I know that sounds like a kind of generic question, but it seems to me all this good work you're doing and all the donors, it seems like it'd be almost more freeing and better without having maybe the supervisor like me asking questions about it. So I guess my question would be, is this something that's like going to be continuing, you would foresee, or as far as the county funding? I guess my question is, why not just be on your own? You're doing such good things, and there's everything you're talking about seems like there's an element of the community, a real need. I'm just trying to weigh that with, in my mind, being new to this, some of these core services like we talked about earlier and we saw, and with the budgets getting tighter, has there been talk of not asking for public funds?
The community foundations are it's very interesting. I'm heading down to the Eastern Sierra tomorrow to facilitate a discussion among 3 private foundations down there that where their county supervisor, Jeff Griffiths, helped apply for a California Jobs First grant to stand up a community foundation. So I think what local governments are seeing is the long-range sort of impact that having a community foundation can have. And we have, I think, very forward-thinking and visionary supervisors and leadership at the county that said, we could actually help stand this up. So I think that also in the Eastern Sierras, their counties are looking at, sort of helping to stand up a foundation down there as well. So it's not unprecedented. And I think that considering the amount of work that needs to be done and the amount of work that the county looks to the nonprofit community to shoulder the burden of and partner with, that supporting that sector and making sure that they have training and funds. And as you have seen, I'm sure you're aware that there are several nonprofits in our community that are not doing well. And I know that you've heard about some of those. But we want to be there to really support the community so that it supports all of the services that I think the county continues to provide and needs partnership with.
And Supervisor Tucker, I'll just add, this is just a 3-year contract. This isn't a discussion about continued funding. And when the Community Foundation work began a number of years ago, there were not only community representatives, but there were representatives from the county as well. And there was a lot of discussion about how difficult it is in those first couple years for community foundations to be able to get up and running and get programs going. And so it was a decision of the board at that time to support that effort with the $250,000 over 3 years, with the caveat that the Community Foundation needs to match that with $500,000, which then would create $750,000 of operating funds for them to get through their first 3 years.
Great, thanks for that. And I'll wrap it up. And I think from my perspective, I think 90% of the projects and the initiatives were great. They looked awesome. I had a little hesitation because I still feel like if I wanted to see, or a member of the public wanted to see where the money was going to, what projects were sponsored in the last year. And it sounds like people can request that. I think in the broader scheme of things, I think it'd be great for your organization to be able to make all those decisions without having to think about some of those secondary issues. I think there's a certain vision amongst your organization that's great. I just think, in my mind, there are some concerns about who's being served, how those decisions are being made. And quite frankly, and this perhaps is more reason to be independent of any government funding, I think your board is made up of 12 out of 14 are of a particular political persuasion. That's not a bad thing because you share a vision. I think 2 of you are unaffiliated and probably lean one way. So there could be the perception that the decisions that you're making are going towards a particular area that fits with your vision, and that's okay. I think it's particularly 100% okay in a private, with these DAFs and donor advised funds and stuff. I think when the county's maybe supporting it, it gets a little bit of attention from me. not unlike the library discussion this morning. I'm all for libraries. I think they're great. And the discussion for me this morning was when there's public funds going in that. So once again, I'm not trying to put a slight on your work. I think you guys are doing awesome. I mean, I know how involved you are. I guess I have some questions, and if nothing else, these are things to maybe think about, not that you already haven't, going forward, because the Community Foundation name, I want to make sure that it really represents the whole community, knowing that you guys are doing incredible work, and this is something that would benefit the community.
Thank you, and we do too, and I'd love to have a follow-up conversation with you about South County.
Yeah, thank you for, this is where we air our concerns and ask our questions, so these are great. I don't know, Allison, did you want to provide some more background?
Yeah, just additional context, because I think the points that are being brought up are really important. And so when this was brought to the board, it was in context that we're one of the few communities, a population of our size, that did not have a community foundation. And what we saw in other areas is that community foundations are able to leverage these public-private partnerships for the benefit of the community. So we're looking to the east, and we're seeing the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. They're doing amazing work that actually enhances county priorities and core services around behavioral health and emergency services and forest resiliency. So this has been probably a 20-year conversation in our community in Western Nevada County, and really respect the decision of the board to look at how can we seek funding as a future investment of how we could go ahead and address these community needs through public-private partnerships. The last example that I would bring up is that the relief fund. That created I think, a great example where we got private donations that leveraged public funds, where we were able to help our small businesses, our arts and culture community to really sustain through the pandemic. And now this is going to be an organization that will oversee that structure for future needs if there's a natural disaster or a big fire or extreme weather event.
Yeah, thank you. And I would just add that, because I was in on those original discussions too, for when we were and I had a lot of questions about that. But what really struck me was your last comment. What sort of made it gel for me was that we got all these COVID relief funds. We figured out we needed to support businesses, every business. I mean, so many people needed a little bit of support, and we weren't the best entity to make those decisions, right? So we had to stand up people to figure out a grant program, figure out who was going to make those decisions, figure out, are we each going to make sure there's so many in each district, or are we going to just, go by the merit? We're not in the best position to make those kinds of decisions. And so we did the best we could. And then, to my mind, that belongs with a nonprofit out there that can partner with us. So we maybe get the funds, but then we hand it to them to do that work. And then we don't have to stand up a whole program. So it actually saves us money and is a more equitable process. So that, from my perspective, that was part of why I wanted to see it established as well. But very good conversation. Who hasn't commented yet? Over on this side.
I think that Rob brought up some really interesting points. I also was not on the board when the determination to do the $250,000 was given, so I probably would have asked some different questions at that time, but it's been done, and I completely support the efforts of what you're doing, especially seeing the help that you were able to give to the people at the Everhard. I was close to that situation because I was down there, and I know a lot of the the players in that situation. So I think showing what you're doing, that example of showing what you're doing is really important to the community. Potentially adding a tab to your website that shows, doesn't have to give specific names, but just the areas where you are contributing money in the community would be helpful. I have no problem with shifting the dollars that you're talking about. I think it was last year, I'm not sure which nonprofit, it might have been CNL, brought the movie Uncharitable to Nevada County, and if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it, because it really talks about the structure of nonprofits and the the most successful nonprofits in my mind do what you have actually done, was you've spent the last few years creating the basic, the structure for your organization, which I believe will lead to success. I've seen so many nonprofits in the community come in, have a great idea, jump in, start doing a whole bunch of work without doing the foundational work, and they don't succeed. So I think the way that you've structured it is important. As I pull up your board of directors, you have a representative from the city of Grass Valley, and you have a representative from Nevada City. I guess my question is, are the cities contributing money to this endeavor also?
No.
They're not. Have they been asked?
They have not been asked.
Okay. I think that for fairness, everybody should buy in. You do have representative. You have 2 elected officials. You do not have a representative from Nevada County, and I don't know if that was intentional because we are a fiscal sponsor of your organization, but I just think to have all the points of views represented, maybe that is some way that you look at, to not necessarily an elected official, but somebody from the county who could also be involved with what you're going to be doing in the community and contributing. So, and also I apparently am not privy to, I've never gotten anything, I've never gotten an email or anything, any announcements from your organization. So maybe check the database to see if elected officials are on there yet.
Email.
Well, and I know you did an event a couple weeks ago that I found out about after the fact.
Oh, you didn't get it? Okay.
And I would have been there if I had known about it. And I just think the more people that you include in, under your net, the more successful you will be. So
Absolutely.
say keep up the good work, and look forward to hearing back a report out as you move forward with, how the funds are expended and the work that you guys are doing.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think I really have any questions right now. It's kind of interesting to see where we went from that first video call, because it was on COVID when this all started. So it was really kind of an interesting conversation. And I think back to that, where we had a relief fund that we couldn't accept donations from. I think that was a huge component to looking at that, right? Because there was a lot of philanthropy. There was people in the community that really wanted to reach out and help. And that's really what kind of stemmed some of this. If we had to do a lot through the hospital foundation, which was a little different. I mean, that didn't, we made it work, right? But I mean, when you look at the big picture and where the philanthropy can come from a foundation like this, it's way beyond what even a small community 501c3 can do. And I think that opened those kinds of doors for us to, whether it's an agriculture issue, whether it's behavioral health, I think it just gives us a lot more volume to look at. And I hear what you're saying about the county when we talked a lot about this before we looked at bringing this money forward. But then I just looked at the money that came in over the top. When we started this with the funding for the relief fund, we doubled that right off the bat. It gave people a place to go. And I think having a hub, I think we're going to see a lot of investment and community investment from here. So there's a lot of I really support. And thank you all for hanging in. This is not an easy thing to start. When you guys all came together for a first little meeting, I mean, there had been a lot of work going on in the background, but it's not something that starts overnight. This has been, that was in 2020.
21, yeah.
21
That's right.
was right in there in the hub of it. So I'm supportive. I think I can see big things growing, and you look around, there's a lot of different counties that have one. It's huge. I mean, we were looking at that county and where they really work.
And all of those are regional, so thank you for pointing that out. I mean, we have examples that surround us in Placer, Sacramento, El Dorado, Shasta Regional. All of those community foundations now have assets of close to $30 million plus, and are giving $9 million back into their community year over year. So, I mean, in terms of leveraging, I think that's truly our intention, is to be that leveraging partner. So building the funds, but this again, it's a long range commitment from us, and we're really grateful that you all saw what this could be for our community into the future. I think my daughter, who lives here, is probably going to be very happy that this was, that was instigated by the county. So I thank you all.
Yeah, well, thank you for the work. Like I said, great presentation. I look forward to seeing where we go in the next couple of years. It's really very exciting.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Okay, we'll open up public comment now. Anyone in the room want to make public comment?
Chair Hall, Board. Quickly, my name is Kristen York. I am a board member of the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation and was part of that whole really fun discussion. And that's how I met Kimberly. But this is so exciting. You have an amazing leader. And I've sat on many, many, many grant committees, and I guarantee you, nobody looks at political affiliation. It is not a factor. These funds were federal funds that came to the county, and the county was extremely altruistic in this decision. This is going to be one of the best things the county ever did. It's a long game. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Any other public comment? Do we have any callers?
No callers.
No one else wants to comment? Board members? Oh.
I just want to speak to your comment about who we serve. We're the Community Foundation of Nevada County, and yes, we are not Eastern Nevada County because they're served by a very successful community foundation, the Truckee Tahoe Community Foundation. But we serve everything sort of west of the Sierra line, and so we have been extraordinarily deliberate in our process of trying to determine who the board members are for this organization. We've asked hundreds and hundreds of people to make recommendations, and we've considered each one of those recommendations in this process, and the people who are on that board are people that were committed to the work. And so we're not building a board that, if you've been on nonprofit boards before, there's the whole statement about 20% of the people are doing 80% of the work. We have 100% of the people doing 100% of the work on this board. It's an extraordinary group of people that have gone to extreme effort to build this thing in the time and at the cost that we've built it with. And so what I would say is we've made great attempts at broadening the support of different micro-communities within Western Nevada County. And we would very much be open to recommendations of individuals that might be interested in being in our board, because we do have the opportunity for additional board members in the coming months. So if there is someone or if someone knows someone that thinks they might be interested in being part of the board, we would very much be interested in hearing about that person and considering them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Okay, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Are there any final comments or questions?
I think we already clarified it. This is voting to extend it 1 year and then allow for a certain percentage of administrative costs.
That's my understanding, yes. Yes, that's correct. So I will call for a motion and a second to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down. It's wonderful to learn so much more about the foundation. Okay, we're gonna, let's see, Tricia, you're staying there, right? We are now, and also Kimberly, we're gonna have our final presentation of the day on economic development incentives. And this will just be a presentation. There's no resolution or anything.
Yes, thank you again, Tricia Tillotson, Community Development Agency Director. We have with us Kimberly Parker and, of course, Kristen York. So Kimberly, I didn't know if you wanted to take it from there.
Sure, thank you. And thank you for continuing to hear all these economic development presentations today. I really appreciate it. Chair Hall and Supervisors, I'm happy to be in front of you again to give an update on an item from your recent board workshop. At the workshop, we presented the Incentive and Finance Opportunity Report. There were 4 Priority 1 recommendations brought forward that involve little or no investment from the county. They directly support the Economic Development Action Plan items 5.1 and 5.2 and are tools to stimulate economic growth over the long term. There was also a Priority 2 recommendation for Small Business Loan Fund that we're not suggesting moving forward at this time, but we do want to provide a little bit of education to you on it, on what that might look like in case it is something that the board might choose to move forward on in the future. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Kristen York, Vice President with Sierra Business Council, to walk us through the presentation. SBC conducted the research on these incentives as part of their contract through the Economic Development Office. After Kristen's presentation, we would be happy to answer any questions you have. You want to hit the green button?
Great. Long day?
Nope.
And this will be concise. Okay. Quickly, you've seen this slide before, perhaps Supervisor Tucker, you haven't, but this is from the SEDS presentation to remind you that in rural communities, any type of incentive that the county can support is vitally important. We don't have the infrastructure. So another reminder is that Kimberly has presented to you her Economic Development Action Plan. All of these initiatives, I won't list them because you've read them, are in alignment completely with her action plan. So they all support it. The Priority 1, these are the most accessible with minimal investment, meaning they will not cost the county any money, simply time with staff. Number 1, expanding CDFI, that's Community Development Finance Institution. These are alternative lenders that work in the region, and they typically lend for either businesses or projects that may not be readily available for a traditional loan. That would be Kimberly's time, along with her community partners, to make those introductions. Expanding SBA microenterprise and other lending, very similarly, it's working with existing providers to build awareness about Nevada County opportunities, and again, working with Kimberly and community partners. Thank you. Launching the SKIP program. So I'm going to give you a little more information about that. But that is the statewide community infrastructure program. And that would be applying for the program with the California Statewide Community Development Authority. This would go through the, not the tax assessor, the treasurer tax collector office for Nevada County. Potentially the building department may be involved. And finally, the rural REN, that's Rural Renewable Energy Program, which, full disclosure, SBC does run that program. It's ongoing. It doesn't cost you anything. You would work with your PIO. In terms of timing to launch these, the outreach is the first step for all of them. That could all start basically immediately and go through this quarter and next quarter with implementation into the third and fourth quarter and then tracking metrics. Now, the SKIP program, this is one that I think could be a great consideration for the county. The statewide community infrastructure program, what it does is help developers. So when a developer comes to do a big project, they're often asked to, or always asked to pay mitigation fees, development fees, which can be onerous at the beginning when they're trying to apply for permits and get bank loans. This program is administered by a third party through the state, and it does not cost the county a thing. You'd work through the tax assessor's office. First of all, you'd have to pass a resolution saying you want to join it. And then everything is handled between the developer and CSCDA, which is the third party. So CSCDA essentially floats bonds that pay for these assessments up front, or in some cases, if a developer started, they could reimburse that developer so that they have cash. And they are repaid once that project starts, their cash flow comes. So it's a huge program in the state. There are, I think, 175 different jurisdictions that use it. Grass Valley uses it. Placer County uses it. It's usually used for big development. So this could be a large housing. It could be a shopping center. It could also be used for public infrastructure. But definitely something to consider. I think that's where we're going to pause here for questions. Is that correct? Yes, we're going to pause for a moment. Questions on this?
Any questions on this specific program?
Yeah, no, this one interests me the most, especially because we see this.
Yeah.
We see this happen right now, where
Mhm.
well, we'll just hold off, or we're not going to, we can't do the upfront. It's been a big conversation for a few years now, actually.
Or I've seen it where the developer wants to trade other
Yes.
land, and then it gets, to an
It's
agency.
too convoluted.
Yeah, it can get very convoluted. I was able to talk to Placer County Treasurer Tax Collector, who's like, it's not extra work for the county, but it's a benefit to a developer. And Kimberly has already talked about an outreach program that could be great for this.
And I'll just mention on this too that I have had contact with a couple places that have reached out and asked us if the county does skip. So it's come across my desk.
What is, explain to us though, again, what is it to become a member of it? You kind of are a member.
Yeah.
You join up and you're a member.
Yeah, the board does pass a resolution. The language is very specific. It would come from CSCDA. We can get that for you. And once you're a member, the treasurer tax collector would
Just they'd work right.
yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the there are provisions. They have to provide their financials. They have to show that this can be paid back, et cetera, because it is public money. But it's yeah. Okay. Great.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we'll move on. So priority 2 initiatives, one that we'd like to talk to you about is the Small Business Loan Fund. There's some sort of fact finding to see what the need is. Are businesses looking for this? And that could be done through Kimberly and her community partners, the ERC, Sierra Commons, SBC, et cetera. Then identifying an intermediary, somebody that can actually, the county does not want to administer this and underwrite. You do not want to be in the lending business, trust me. But there are many options for you to pursue. And then just codifying what your underwriting and your guidelines were, and then fund and market. But I want to show you an example where the city of Lodi did. So the city of Lodi chose, they have what's called the Hometown Microloan Program. They do not fund the loans. The funds for the loans come through the SBA, the Micro Enterprise Loan Program. What they did is they set aside a certain amount of money, and said, because the SBA microloan program is quite expensive for a startup or a new business. It's usually 8 to now up towards 12% interest. Is they said, we're going to guarantee that these loans are 5% fixed rate interest, and we're going to pay the fees. So they use their funding to leverage the SBA's funding. So the money actually went a lot further. These loans are designed for businesses with 10 or few employees. It can be for a startup. They still have to apply just like any SBA loan, but they can be used to refinance out of bad debt, not technically bad debt, but expensive debt, sorry. Equipment, they don't lend to people that have bad debt. Equipment, working capital, inventory, et cetera. This particular loan fund is administered by California Capital, which is they're a phenomenal organization right in Citrus Heights. They do microloans all over the place, and be happy to set up a meeting with Kimberly. And then anybody who takes a loan is partnered with an SBDC counselor, which, as you know, SBC runs that program. That's the Small Business Development Center, so that they do receive technical assistance to make sure they can pay that back. I told you it'd be concise.
You were. A lot of information packed in there. Okay. I'll turn it over to my board. Supervisor Hook.
No, good, precise. So this is what we're looking for, right? This doesn't cost us money, but it gets our folks moving forward, and maybe will motivate some sort of growth here. I mean, like, especially in the housing area. I mean, I know we're looking at businesses, but I look at some of that avenue that will open that up for some local housing to develop, you know? I would just look at some of the ones that are sitting there right now. Maybe this would be open a door to get some walls going up in the area. So I'm intrigued. I think, again, what it doesn't cost us money, but provides a benefit to the community and the folks that are going to be doing the work. It could be a win. It should be a win-win. So thanks for bringing it. This is good. And I know you did a lot of work on this, Kimberly. Thank you, all of you.
Thank
And
you.
I know, and in this time we're at, where we don't have extra funding, but how do we make that work for people and work for us too, for people in our community? Yeah, so it was good. I'm good.
Yeah, thank you. It's amazing to me, even after being involved with the, economic development here for 30 years, how much we do with such little resources and how creative we can get. I've been hearing a lot about the SKIP program over the last few years. It's really nice to see it come to fruition, and hopefully there'll be some businesses that will be able to take advantage of it. In the rural environment, we see a lot of businesses closing in different timeframes, but on the same hand, we see a lot of businesses opening. I know a few months back, there was 3 or 4 restaurants in Nevada City that all closed at the same time, and I think 3 of those 4 have new restaurants in them. So that's just kind of the nature of how retail and restaurants work. One goes out and a new one comes in. So I just look at all these tools that we've created here with the ability to help people. And I think, Kimberly, you've done a great job. You're a one-man show, and I don't know how you do it every day to
Great partners.
Yes, bring forward. And, I think our relationship with the Sierra Business Council has been very successful. I'm back on the Economic Resource Council board again. Like a bad penny, I just keep coming back. But I'm really excited to be working on some of these projects with you guys this year and the partnerships that you've created. And yeah, I think it's great.
Great. I think that the power of Kimberly is her ability to create partnerships and relationships, and all of the programs that I just said, it's about relationships. So I'm pretty optimistic about it too.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. It's awesome to see some of this stuff go from the planning phase with the SEDS and all the different plans and things we've talked about to the implementation. So it's exciting. One of the things, just a quick question on the bond market, and I don't want to go too far in the weeds, but as the stock market changes and the bond market becomes more palatable and maybe even a better investment to some degree, will that expand the universe of available funding for things like SKIP?
Oh boy, I'm the last person that's going to opine on markets today.
But I mean, just given...
In theory, yes.
In
In theory, it's much safer. Municipal bonds is always safe.
Yeah.
Always. Well, safer.
Safer.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious to see where...
I have a master's in finance, and I still have no idea what's going on with markets. Well, I do.
Macroeconomics.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Thank you for your insight. And it's interesting, too, in East County, I'll just mention that I've been in, I'm counting at least 6 conversations in the last 6 months about potential future bond revenue, using, floating bonds to make capital needs.
Yeah. And the important thing to remember about SKIP is it comes at a time when a developer is pretty much cash-strapped. If they've purchased the land or entitled the land and then paid for the permits and et cetera, it's, a couple points on the development fees it's a lot because it's cash. And so this frees up that cash. It's a super popular program.
Well, and I was making mention of that because it's not the complexity associated with the tax measure, right? I mean, there's...
Exactly.
And for public investment, it's like a straight path to getting private investment money on the ground.
And if you look at who uses it, it's like KB Homes, Lennar Homes. It's the big housing developers that are savvy enough that they don't want their cash tied up.
Yeah.
So they go this way. Yeah.
So I'll stop. Soaring Ranch 2 could be a potential SKIP partner, right? So like development of the area near the airport, somebody's trying to put in SR2 there.
Yeah, there's several different kinds. Now you're getting into SKIP 102, so
that's different, okay.
It's the same, it's just, it's all the same program, yeah.
Okay, thanks. And then one thing, just with Chair Hall, I was just wondering, it may be worth talking about this or having this concept discussed in our special meeting for bonding and financing, because it kind of fits in that same plug-in for what's available to the county versus what may be available to a private developer that we're trying to support. So just an idea for staff to consider.
Yeah, I could follow up with you offline, and we could definitely incorporate that into our workshop.
Okay. And then one final piece, I just wanted to put a plug in for the micro loans, the $50,000 SBA loan, and the 5% fixed interest, because I was involved in the fund, the relief fund, before I was a board member.
Yep.
And then watching those small businesses, when you deal with orders of magnitude, and then you have somebody who's like $10,000 totally saved my skin.
Yep.
It really highlights the ability and the traction the county has with a very small investment to do a lot of economic development. And so I just wanted to say thumbs up to that. Anything we can move toward in that arena, because for me, the proof's in the pudding. All the micro business loans and all the ARPA dollars, micro kind of grants we made, we got such huge return on that. It just seems natural to me.
I'd just like to, Supervisor Bullock, thank you for bringing that up, and just remind the board that of those, I think there was 34, entities that we funded. It's really, I think, just so encouraging is all but one have fully paid back early for the most part. There's only one remaining, and they're on a payment plan. So, I think that's a testament to our community as well.
Yeah, zero default. Pretty good.
Pretty amazing.
Thank you for that. Most of the comments have already been stated that kind of really summed it up. But kind of building on what Supervisor Bullock said, I've got firsthand experience. I had a short-lived job in the late 90s with an economic development consulting firm that happened to administer a number of these type of programs for the city of Auburn. And we can chat on offline, but you'd be amazed at these legacy family businesses as well as bigger companies that are thriving 25 years later in Auburn. Some of the biggest businesses that everybody here would know their names that started out and where kind of the seeds were planted with similar programs or whatever existed at those times. So it's cool to see, this is obviously Placer County, but these businesses that I, having worked on it, know how they started, and they're such an asset to the community now. So it's a great program, and like Sue said, doesn't cost anything in a sense. And so, yeah, I think it's great.
Yep, it's good. Those are awesome success stories.
All right, I'm going to open up public comment. Any public comment? Any callers?
No callers, Chair.
I'm going to close public comment. Thank you so much. So we'll vote on the presentation in a moment, but I think you also got some direction. You heard some where people on the board are interested in the SCIP and the loan program potentially. I think were the two that you were recommending us.
Yeah,
moving
the
forward.
four that were under priority one recommendations,
Okay.
which really have no cost to it. And then I would say on the loan program, the small business loan program, for us to continue to do some exploration on that and bring that back in the future.
That sounds good. Okay, I need a motion and a second to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Second.
All right, and it's a voice vote, so all in favor say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Wonderful, thank you so much.
Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Yeah. Okay, and we are going to go quickly into announcements, and I'm looking for a volunteer to go first. Thank you, Lisa, go ahead.
Sorry. Last week, I attended the Economic Resource Council meeting where Chair Hall was the speaker, along with Chip Arundel, talking about fire insurance, and it was really informative. And I think, I don't know how, I wouldn't say we're hopeful, but at least we're all doing something. It's very on top of our minds. And I did just see a thing today on social media that State Farm is starting with their new rate structure. So we're going to see if that's going to actually bring them back into the Nevada County market for underwriting new policies. I'll be really curious to see how that works. I attended my monthly meeting with the city of Grass Valley with the mayor and the vice mayor and just figuring out what's going on in Grass Valley. They're looking at potential parking solutions for downtown Grass Valley. That's a big topic going on right now. I had a meeting with the In Concert Sierra folks a couple weeks ago, just getting up to speed on how their project is going. They're opening date now is looking like September of 2026. So they've secured some additional financing, and I'm scheduled next week to go to tour the facility. I haven't been over there in probably 6 months, and I know they've made a lot of progress. Last Friday night, I attended the 100th anniversary of the Grass Valley Rotary Club. It was a really nice event, very well attended. I was able to present our recognition to them again, as well as I'm in the club, so it was a special group, and some of the people who had been in back in the day, their spouse has passed away, but their spouses were there, so it was really nice to see some people I hadn't seen in a long time. Last week, I did a interview with a young man who is getting his master's degree in transportation from San Jose State University, and he's doing his thesis on the concept of paying a per mile traveled tax versus gas tax. And it was very timely because at our last meeting, we heard a little bit about the state, what's going to have to happen in order to do road improvements, because gas tax is predicted to be down by 64%. It was very interesting to answer his questions, and he gave me the he gave me the scenario if it works the way they're talking about it. It's a very steep hill to climb, I believe, to get it approved. I think I'm not sure that there's a fairness to it if you drive a gas-powered car. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. And I think that looked like CDA was working with Caltrans to maybe get us a presentation on what that potentially is going to look like. It's also, in my opinion, from what he was telling me, it's years away. This isn't something that's going to come forward in the next year or two. It's probably 4 to 5 years down the road before they figure it out and bring it forward. I can't read my writing. I attended a meeting with Supervisor Hall, myself and the sheriff and the undersheriff and the CEO, just kind of getting caught up on what's going on at the sheriff's office. And then last Monday night, we did the cell phone tower workshop. It was very well attended. Staff did a great job with the presentation. Lori Burkhardt-Frank did a great job of facilitating it. People felt, even though maybe we didn't answer all their questions, I think people felt like they were heard, and they felt like their opinion is going to matter as we move forward creating the new cell phone tower ordinance. So I was very pleased with how that worked out, and I think when it goes to the Planning Commission, based on comments that were made, I expressed my opinion that not everybody's going to get 100% of what they want. There has to be some compromise, but I think it'll be a better ordinance based on having that public meeting. And I think that's about it.
We'll do it. It's all right. So, one, I did that interview as well, and yeah, it was actually great. And the young man lives here, so he lives here and worked for Caltrans. Yeah, I told him, so if you work for Caltrans, remember, you got to like the public. Make it easier to have a conversation. So anyway, he was quite interesting. I thought he did a really good job on the interview. I hope he does well with his thesis. But and then I did harassment training, which was really interesting. They did a great job doing that, and so I'm learning how not to harass my colleagues and my people I work with. Actually, it's very intense. I left thinking, gosh, I hope I don't make mistakes like that, and if I do, make sure you let me know, because there was, all levels of harassment can be harassment. I thought that was interesting. And then, let's see, I did the, I know I got lost here where I was. So actually, okay, I'm going to talk about the best thing I did. I got to sit down a workshop for the CPUC on Kohler, on landlines. They had it over in Middletown. It was hosted by the Middletown Rancheria. And 2 of the commissioners were present, and numerous people. There were some folks that are providers, like Frontier and AT&T. A lot of those folks were there. Really enjoyed, I stayed for the whole thing. I just listened because they interviewed different public utilities commissions that are going through similar processes that they want to be let out of their Kohler. So we listened to Nevada, Washington, Oregon, and Nevada. So everybody's doing it a little bit different or something, so that was interesting. And then I thought the other part was the safety element. So there was a sheriff from, there were 2 sheriffs there. There was another one from, and he was remotely in, and Cal OES is head of 911. And it was really interesting conversation when you look at how landlines are still the most reliable. It was really interesting. It was funny because the Cal OES guy came in and he was talking about how great 911 is, that there's going to be 911 2.0. And then as he listened to the conversation, by the end, he's like, yeah, maybe we're not ready for this. I think there's some good points to it, but the landline still puts you where you are. So that's when you call from there, you know what your location is. But then it was interesting to hear how they're managing the new 911 situation and where it can ping. But if you live in an area where you only have one tower to ping off of, that's a challenge. That's where landlines still come in handy, right? So it was really interesting conversation. And the panel of the tribes, that was interesting too. For example, in Middletown, most everybody still has rotary dial-up phone and their need and the necessity or the ability to use some of the technology. And not that we don't need it. That was interesting. And then there was a supervisor from Lake County, one from Inyo, myself, and one from down by Santa Cruz. And all of the stories were very interesting and how we shared and how it really affects our communities. And there were good stories to share, right down to, especially with emergency medical situations. So it was just, and of course RCRC accompanied, they were there and taking notes and just interesting. And I would like to say too, to the folks out there that still depend on their landlines, and I think we do. I think there's been a lot of people that have been talked out of their landlines. It is, AT&T is our caller here. They have responsibility to provide you for a phone if you need it. Now, it's unfortunate they tell you they're not available. And it's unfortunate that when you call, you get the runaround, and you say they're not available. That is false in so many avenues. So I want people that if you like, and it is getting more expensive to have your landline, and we realize that, but there's cost to maintain, and I think if they've been maintaining it all along, we wouldn't be here. And my big question is, do we want to see technology here? Yes. Do we want to see those changes? Yes. But the reality is, if they're allowed to become our, and not have to manage what we have here, they're not going to put the money of that kind of infrastructure into a small community. So we're going to get lost in the fog here if we don't. So I wish people would take advantage of this. There's going to be some more like little town halls, but April 17th at 2 p.m., they're going to have another phone-in where you can make public comment. I think that's going to be really important. I'm hoping to go to the one in Roseville and just do it in person or have somebody there. They've already heard from me a little bit, but so it might be good to have somebody else go. I really think it's important. I think we're not ready to let go of copper lines. No offense, like you can have a fire in there laying on the ground, they still work, right? Fiber is even a little different. Fiber burns up quickly. Not that copper doesn't, but it's a little slower. If a line goes down, your copper still is valuable, and we have to look at that. We still are in our area. And so that was probably my highlight of things I've done. I've met with I got a JPA coming up, so I'm the chair on that. We did some of that and been to some fire meetings. And and I took up enough time. Thanks, Heidi, sorry. But that was a great workshop, I would say.
So Sue, just for your information too, at the cell phone tower meeting last week, many of the people in the room still rely on landlines for their, especially for emergencies. So that is a really important issue. And I got addresses and I need to give them to staff to add to our list.
Oh, good, thank you, because that's the other thing. The maps are very inaccurate, and they're not accurate. That's really the challenge. And like the other challenges too is with cell towers and how many you need to actually make those things ping off. It was very interesting to, especially from the sheriff's point of view and emergency services. So thanks for letting me allow to do that. It was a great meeting.
I just want to, express my appreciation again so deeply that you're taking the lead on this, Sue, because we're all experiencing that, all of our constituency are, and it's like with everything else, we just have to advocate like crazy. So thank you so much for attending and sharing that with us. It's really helpful.
And I just want to shout out, and I know if anybody's listening, but this is the other thing, or if you're in your travels, have them call you if they really want. So, and I would tell you, I've been working on one for a year, and I just got their phone back for them last week. So AT&T does listen, but, I mean, that was my point at the meeting, though. I shouldn't have to do that. But I am willing to go to bat. You are willing to go to bat. We all are. So if you get to that point, that's what we're here for, and let's get those landlines rolling. We're heading into fire season, emergency times again, so they can be reconnected. That, and actually, it's
Good job.
It's in their contract over time that they have to provide it.
No, good job getting that done. We should share that widely, that you can get it if you advocate. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll keep it short, but I met with a number of HOAs and community groups, including the Dark Horse HOA at their annual dinner, which was fun. Living down there to see how it's grown over the years, the amount of people attending, because Dark Horse is getting more built out and more homes being built. So that was good to see. Had a lot of constituent meetings, and this may be a little bit negative, but dealing with some issues down in South County with public parking on the streets, access to the libraries. I know Lisa brought it up in another context earlier. So I'm looking forward to some conversations, and as we move forward, in conjunction or not, with the All Homes on Wheels ordinance, just maybe getting some more clarity from a policy standpoint on some of those issues of parking on the public streets, because I know the cities, a lot of them have them, but out in our rural districts, it's not as defined. And yeah, so we're working through that. The staff's been great. And then the final thing, the highlight since our last meeting for me, on Saturday I got to attend the Vietnam Veterans Memorial event at the Grass Valley Veterans Hall, and it commemorated the 50th anniversary of the last U.S. troops leaving South Vietnam. And I say commemorate because Vietnam veterans, there's always been kind of a stigma. They weren't maybe celebrated as much, but it was really cool to see, I mean, dozens and dozens of them out there, and a great event that the American Legion, I think it was, put on. And struck me personally, my late father fought in Vietnam, but you realize now, 50 years after Vietnam, is like when I was younger looking at the World War II veterans. Most of the crowd at this event was of that era and age, and got me thinking what my father would look like. But yeah, they are growing old, but their service it was celebrated, and it was a really cool event, and cool to be part of. So, yeah.
Thanks. Yes, thanks, Sue, for the. I heard it. It was just a brief period where I was very young. Sue, thanks for the AT&T stuff. I did actually get a call from the center of one of our kind of really pretty well-developed areas in Tahoe Donner about somebody who wanted their copper landline, and we went through the whole thing with Jeff and whoever's managing the list now, and we went and did that. So thanks for advocating, because we still even get it in that area. And I got to say, I'm right there with you. I mean, AT&T and Verizon, Sprint, telecom, all the telecom companies, they have plenty of money. They have shareholder returns that they prioritize. They need to bring that money and bring it right here to our community and serve us, period. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There is no way around it. They can afford to keep our copper lines, and they can afford to do everything they need to serve our community. So thanks for advocating. Sidetrack.
But legislatively, they're trying to change it now,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is sad.
I know.
They're trying to bypass CPUC, so stay tuned. We may need to have a lot of letters written,
Yeah.
a lot of comments.
And CSAC is next week, so if we need help, let's do it there. I've been working on some Assembly Bill 518 with Hip Camp. Some changes to that are coming up. And anyway, Karen Lang, there's more to talk about there, but I'm working on that with Hip Camp. Still, tiny homes on wheels, all homes on wheels, as we promulgate that policy, it's going to have some implications that I think will help us understand Hip Camp and Hip Camp ordinances more. So it's kind of getting, I think it's going to get easier for us. I met with TDPUD, Truckee Donner Public Utility District. I'm talking to them about our advocacy letter that we sent to Kylie, Padilla, and Schiff. They're thinking about joining forces on some other things and just wanted to talk a little bit about the county's role. Obviously, I met with Friends of the Truckee Library in advance of this meeting. Sue and I had a climate ad hoc meeting where we're staking out kind of how we're going to form the committee and what role the county will and what role the county won't have in that discussion. Sue's reaching out to community leaders. I'm reaching out to community leaders. I got immediate positive response back from people like the hospital and Grass Valley. Yeah, all the stakeholders are coming back. Good. Yeah, no, it was great. It was great to hear from them. They immediately, and then we're working on our Heart of Gold bike ride. It's going to be at Pioneer Park this year, so it's really going to be kind of centered at the park and not here at the county. We're going to go the old, if you're familiar with the Coors Classic route and Tour Nevada City Race, it's going to go up Broad Street with the rolling closure, so it's going to be kind of cool, little community event. So that bike race is on the planning phase. I think one of the bigger meetings I've attended in the last couple of months was the Truckee Tahoe Homeless Advisory Committee plan outreach, which is up at the rec center. Ryan Groover and myself and a bunch of people from the town did an open forum about homelessness in East County and presentation of the THAC plan. So it was really interesting. There were 4 different stations. I was coordinating the station that related to stakeholder engagement and cooperation among jurisdictions. So, the Hope Ridge crew, I'll call it, was there, and they had some things to talk about. But one of the great pieces, I had an actual meeting separate from this that was coordinated at that meeting with one of our constituents who spoke here, and it was one of the most productive 1-hour meetings I've had about disagreeing with somebody about homelessness, because we were definitely at odds considering what we thought the solution to East County homelessness was. But I came out of that meeting with such a great understanding about how we can serve in East County and what they want versus what we kind of provided through that Hope Ridge process, and also what they want from the town of Truckee, who's one of the big stakeholders in that area. So holding our towns and cities in close partnership on making those solutions, I think, is really great, so that the board, our board, can feel a little bit more effective in East County with homelessness. So I'm feeling, my spirits are raised. I was at an all-time low there for a couple weeks, but I'm back. Did our outdoor rec ad hoc with Supervisor Tucker and myself, and then I think we have another one coming up pretty quick to view the appraisal on some parcels that coming out there. Allison's laughing, I'm not sure why. I'd like to make a sexual harassment training. I went to sexual harassment training, and I do think that they can add some jokes and humor in there, because I was sitting there, and I thought it was super fun, but I was making jokes to myself because it was inappropriate for me to make jokes to other people. But I think if the training had...
You're making them to yourself, Hardy.
Well, I mean, they were all very tasteful, but I think I'd like to see some more humor in that presentation, and then we could all get up and, like, I don't know, it's just... I told Allison I survived, and I did. Let's see. I had an interesting meeting. I met with a contractor who has a contracting company that does fuels management for federal government, and they're really concerned about where their next meal is coming from. And I'm really concerned because that contractor serves like 50% of the fuels reduction projects that were done in Tahoe, Donner, and areas of East County. So just again, talking about the federal funding cuts and the changes we're making, it really is hitting home with some of the people. Many of the people that work at that company are close friends of mine. So they're actually going down to LA to work down there, and they're not sure if they're coming back because they have different funding sources down there. So anyway, I just wanted to highlight that while the media cycle may not highlight all of the federal funding changes every day, but every day there's still families and companies in my neighborhood that are being affected by it. I did City Gate is a consultant for Truckee, Donnerec, and Park District, and Shavati and I sat in on a meeting where they kind of wanted to understand how the county has handled recreation and done a recreation master plan, because they're going to do their own master plan there. And then I continue to dance with Dancing with the Stars to learn how to dance, so I can jump up there and make an absolute fool of myself.
I'm
And
taking video and bringing it, and we're going to show it on the big screen.
All are welcome.
All right. Allison, do you want to jump in? And I'll go last.
Yes, I have a few. Had a really great meeting with the new general manager of Lake Wildwood. His name is Chris Boyd. He comes from city government, Citrus Heights, both as a former city manager and chief of police. So I think he's going to bring a lot of knowledge and energy to the lake, and then also connected him with some of our department heads that have direct interaction in terms of the needs of the community. Met with Cal Fire Chief Brian Estes, looking at preparing, obviously, for the fire season. He did extend an invitation to all the board members to go out and see their fire crews for training in their demonstration project out by North San Juan. That's going to be on April 29th. We're going to be leaving the Root Center at 7:30. So if you are interested, please coordinate and let Carissa know. I do acknowledge we have our Truckee regional meeting the same day, so we are making sure that if board members would like to attend both, that the scheduling will allow that. Chief Estes will also be here on May 13th, and he's working with our staff for a board presentation to look at the fire season ahead and the preparation that's being made regionally. I met with CSAC staff to provide support for the LEDGE conference coming up. So I know that we have 2 of our board members attending. They'll be from April 23rd to 25th. I attended the Youth Commission meeting up in Truckee last night. So I had the opportunity to drive a couple of students up, and just want to give you feedback on terms of how much they're getting out of the program, how much they enjoy meeting elected officials, and their priority areas this year will be, or are, recreation, emergency preparedness, and career technical education with a focus on internships. So they'll be coming to your board meeting on June 3rd and making policy recommendations through the lens of the student. And applications for the new youth commissioners is going to be April 25th. So there's still time for, if you do know individuals between the ages of 14 and 19, they could apply and be a youth commission for the next group that will start on July 1st. So those applications can be found on the county website or just Googling Nevada County Youth Commission applications. And that's it. Thanks.
Great, thank you. That's good to hear. Let's see, I'm just going to jump around here. I did go to the ERC at 7:30 in the morning, and I tell them I'm on the bad news tour whenever I talk about insurance, because it's just bad news. Really great questions and a good conversation. I think the least we can do is keep educating people about what's going on and what we're trying to do to help with it. Excuse me. I did go to, a constituent asked me to show up at the Hands Off rally last Saturday, just to keep my eyes on things, so I did that, and I introduced myself to the GVPD who were there, and just kept an eye on things. It was a historically large rally or demonstration, and I would say historically peaceful, and the GVPD did an amazing job. They were both you could see them, they were in uniform and also not in uniform, helping just to keep the peace and keep things in order. So really appreciate their efforts there. I went to new hire orientation, which is really fun. It's one of the things, I guess we're all doing that at some point, right? But there's some great people coming in with unique skills and talents. So that was really fun to do that, just to welcome them. Went to Lisa mentioned the sheriffs. This is a new thing. We're going to have quarterly meetings with the sheriff's office just to keep the communication going and understand what they're seeing, what's going on in the community, and be available to ask our questions. So I think that'll be a great thing to keep doing. I did meet with a local constituent who is amazing, doing amazing work with this group called SERI, S-E-R-I, and I wish Mandy was still here. But they're just a small bunch of volunteers who are helping. They're going to help us, like with electricity cost rising. They're doing a pilot to go into people's homes and walk through their electric use and help them see where they could reduce their costs. And it's sort of how we can, it's with all the renewable energy stuff coming up, what they can do on the ground to help local people. And so they're going to eventually become a nonprofit. They are working with Mandy and the climate group. So Sue, you may be getting a briefing on that. I don't know, but really impressive what just a couple of people with a good idea are doing for our community. I had a Justice of Public Safety call with NACO, and the presentation this time was by the Houston Sheriff on their domestic violence program, and it was fascinating to hear what a huge city does, how they manage domestic violence, and what the takeaway from there for me, it's obviously a huge problem still, but they are now standing up a domestic violence court. So I don't know if that's a new thing that's going around, but that was interesting to hear how they can keep people moving through, focusing specifically on the needs of that community. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they didn't go a lot of detail, it's just, yeah, but it's fascinating. Like, that's just the way the justice system is sort of doing a better job, I think, of compartmentalizing the solutions depending on what the crime is and what the issues are. I thought that was interesting. I got invited on a call from one of my Napa colleagues on FEMA. So again, I'm part of this disaster reform task force that in a deeply bipartisan way advocated to keep FEMA, to do some big reforms, but to keep it. And so she initiated another call among a small group of us with our NACO staffer to get some more letters of advocacy in on some bills that are coming up. So that was very helpful, just like we're becoming a little rapid response team on some of this stuff. I did the same thing on insurance. So because my insurance working group at CSAC, they're not going to stand it up again for another year. They're looking at what else to do with insurance. So with Jeffrey's help and with CSAC and RCRC both participating, we just called together a bunch of the same counties who'd been interested in the insurance issues. We did a quick call. We presented 4 bills that were coming up here in California, and we're going to agree to do advocacy letters on all of them with a suggestion in most of them to add a local rural county representative on any of these commissions they're putting together to look at the solutions. So that was really effective. Again, a little rapid response thing. We're learning, and kudos to Carissa and Jeffrey, who've been doing a lot of work on advocacy, really using our legislative platform. So that's another thing I did, was sign look at a ton of advocacy letters. Anything that's already in our platform, they can just do without bringing it to the board, but there's a lot they've been doing, and I think that's very helpful. Did the sexual harassment training. I've been through a million of those, and I prefer the ones where they have voices on your screen and pictures, and this was really legalistic, but it gets more complicated every time. There's a lot to consider. And then I worked with staff we are working to pull together a resolution for the NACO conference on insurance to copy what we did here in California. Of course, the federal issues are different, so we're starting to work on that. CSAC is engaging with us. They want us to help support it, but it's, again, on us to do it. So again, kudos to Jeffrey and Carissa and our team who've been doing a lot of this work. And I think that's everything. Anything for the good of the order? I forget anything?